This is good for the show.
All
So wait,
right.
where's your? So wait, your audio is not coming through your mic. Then what is that?
Yeah,
Where's
so
your?
I have Shock's headset in right now that has a mic and headset, and
Okay.
I'm on my phone, but I've reset my browser a couple times here. I've cleared my history. I've cleared my cookies. I know you're like I should have called Dalton about cookies. He's a cookie expert. But I've changed nothing in my computer. I mean, there has been some updates, and I did reset it like last week, but not since we recorded since all the big stuff happened. So I don't know what went on. Basically, if I go to OBS, my mic works, the broadcaster works, the camera works. When
hmm
I click on StreamYard, it says give us permission. I give it permission. It says for how long? Forever. And then when I click add my name, it says if you'd like your mic and whatever, give us access. And I can't give it access. Um,
Okay.
so the only thing I can think of is I'm using Windows security. Maybe that's blocking um, the the webcam and the microphone so that like Zuckerberg can't get at me.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not too. I'm not as tech savvy as I'd like to be, so I have no idea.
Allow an app. Okay, we're gonna allow an app through. Let's see if I can find StreamYard here in the
This is
list.
exciting though. This might be all troubleshooting. This show.
Full corn-fed troubleshooting.
Yeah, this might
I'm your
be.
co-host, Dave. Right?
This is the troubleshooting spectacular. The Saturday show, which I guess I don't know what this is called anymore. It was corn-fed Bible study, and now it's just I don't know. But we're doing some troubleshooting, and this might we might be able to fill the whole hour with this.
All right. Here's Windows security notification. I'm going to end this task.
This
Turn
is
off Windows security.
yeah
If you want to hack me, this is the time you want to hack me because I've turned off my securities.
yeah. These are the woes, the trials and tribulations we face with technology nowadays. Is it
You
connects
guys,
all of us and makes our lives easier. It can also make things. There's new complications that arise
yeah,
from
people are
technology.
like, oh, podcasting is so easy. Like, I have to get on a roof and drive to work, and that's stressful. It's like, have you ever had your mic not work before a podcast?
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of people who don't realize like the intricacies and the difficulties
Yeah.
that come with podcasting and streaming. It's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not driving to do hard labor every day, sure, but I wish my job was that easy because I gotta my job is of the what happened. I guess my point is podcasting is like one of the hardest jobs there. Podcasting and content creation, being a creator. That's what they call people now. That's what everyone aspires to be now. When I was a boy, everybody wanted to be an artist. They wanted to be a musician, painter, actor, writer. They wanted to be artists. Now everybody wants to be creators, which amounts to I guess like doing morning routine videos like TikToks, like that black fellow with the water. That's what everybody wants to be now. That's what gets rewarded. Um, uh, and $20 for Michael Hall. This is exciting. Bill Maher voice. New name. It's the Corn-Fed Congregation. Okay, I don't hate that. In fact, I like that. So the opposite of hatred. I like that idea. The Corn-Fed Congregation. Saturday. get together. That's good. Yeah, I like that. Thank you for the money. Um, Dave, how's it going? Is it working?
I think I found the problem, but I don't know how to correct it. So the issue is that I've given access to my camera. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I the browser is taking access of my camera and it's taking access of my microphone, but it's doing it through my video card instead of my Rodecaster. But when I go to my network settings, it has the Rodecaster as the default microphone and the default uh, video camera. So I don't know why it's trying to do that. And I don't know. I have changed nothing since last time we podcasted.
Okay. What
So
browser are you using?
I use the Brave browser. It's a pretty good browser. Okay, wait. I found a camera connection here.
Oh, is this another one of your libertarian things? The
It
Brave
is
browser?
Brave browser. It's a decentralized browser similar to Chrome that's on the blockchain, and you can earn cryptocurrency when you use it. Use promo code cornfed/crypto memes.
Dude, everything that you talk about that you use, like the platforms you use, are like some libertarian thing nobody's ever heard of that functions worse than what people use.
No, this site
Not
is
as
so
good.
good, dude. This is so good, dude. I don't know why none of my stuff's working though, because it's been working.
It's just like no, it's really good. I don't know why nothing's working, but I'm telling you,
This was I don't know what happened, dude. I've been sabotaged, dude. I think I've been hacked, dude, by Israel, dude. I think
oh yeah,
they
they're
don't want me
coming.
getting they don't want my information out there. I think that's what's happening here.
Yeah, they're coming for us, dude. They've
Yeah.
infiltrated.
I mean, that's the most likely thing. So choose my speakers.
I think that is the most likely scenario is that the
The
Mossad
massage.
has infiltrated us.
Yeah. I mean,
This YouTube channel that has like less than 2,000 subscribers is on the
yeah.
Mossad hit list.
Have you heard of Occam's razor, Dalton?
Yeah, I have a subscription. They send me new blades every month.
Yeah, so that's obviously, I mean, what's crazy is I'm looking at my computer, it is picking up my microphone right now. It loves this. So for some reason, StreamYard is the only thing won't pick up my mic. Oh wait, can you hear me now on StreamYard?
No, because you got to come in the studio through the browser.
Oh, wait. All right. So I think I got my mic working. Let's enter the studio through the browser. Now you're
All
probably
right.
hearing double voice.
Okay, hold
Oh
on.
yeah.
All right, here we go. Behind the scenes. Ooh, I didn't. Now I'm on full screen.
Okay, now that's working.
All right. So now if I can get my camera working.
Uh-oh.
Onto the settings here.
No, now it's not connected.
But you can hear me in the so now I'm in the low def camera settings. Now I don't
Folks,
have any camera.
we're just doing a little troubleshooting here. This might be the next couple hours. Just give us some. Just hit the super chats while we do this.
Yeah. If you guys have any advice, you can super chat me advice for $25 a piece. You can send me a super chat advice. It's always welcome.
Yeah.
But we don't want any advice that's worth less than $20. We figured it out. Let me reboot the computer because it did allow my mic to work. So I got to figure out why the camera. Oh, I got an idea. Oh, okay. So let me unplug this. You can still hear me, but you won't be able to see me.
Okay. Well, while we're doing all this, let me see here. You guys want to do a little Fantano, a little music review?
Oh, I got a music review that we have to do. Did you hear Crack Amico's new song?
No, I haven't heard it yet.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I haven't
It's
listened
the
to it yet.
it's the unreleased original rap RAP, the Real Ass Podcast switch theme song, but it's really good regardless of if you watch the show or not. It's better if you watch the show, but it's really good even if you didn't watch the show.
Yeah. Well, I've been so I'm I'm a big fan of Mexicans and Puerto Ricans.
You're a white Latina,
Yeah,
Latino.
I'm a white Latina actually. My
Yeah,
my
yeah.
yeah my pronouns are mejor
Are you
mujer
are you
mujer.
you're Cuban or Mexican?
It's well, I guess like biologically, like the bloodline is Cuban, but I do have like a lot of Mexican relatives, so it's
Are
like
you Cuban on your mother's side?
yeah, on my mom's
Yeah, so
side.
you're a Latina. Yeah, so you're a
So,
Latina, dude.
but it's like Jewish. It's Jewish rules. So since it's my mother's side, I
Yeah,
am full Cuban. I get to
yeah,
be an actual Cuban. The same,
yeah.
like
You get
yeah, like how in Judaism you have to be born through a Jewish pussy to actually be Jewish. So
yep.
it just meant is if the mom is Jewish, that's enough to be Jewish. But if it's a Jew dad Gentile mom, you're not Jewish.
Yeah,
Um,
you're 1% of the population, 80% of the tacolation.
Tacolation, yeah. So yeah, everybody knows I love Mexicans and Puerto Ricans and Dominicans and black people and all that. So as such, and myself being a Texas boy, being from Texas, I've for a long time now, for a lot of years, I've been a big fan of at the drive-in and the Mars Volta. So yesterday, the Mars Volta released a new album, which is cool because they they were a band. They were together from 2001 up through 2012, in which time they released one extended play, which is an EP. So the 3-track EP they released Tremulant, and then 6 at long plays. That's an LP. Which would be D. Louse and the Comatorium, Francis the Mute, Amputecture, the Bedlam and Goliath, Octahedron, and Nocturnicate. And so they did those from 2001 to 2012, and then they seemingly broke up. And then at the drive-in got back together for one album and an EP in 2017. And then a couple of years ago, the Mars Volta got back together and released a new album, a self-titled album, just called the Mars Volta. And then yesterday they released a new album called Lucro Sucio Los Ojos del Vacío, which translates to Dirty Prophet, the Eyes of the Void. So some first thoughts. I've given this album a few spins now. I've listened to it about 2 or 3 times, and so at first I was very much averse to what I was hearing. To be honest with you, I didn't think it was off putting or necessarily bad, but it was not what I was wanting from this band, from the Mars Volta. Um, because I certainly am what drew me to the band when I found them years ago was how like chaotic and frenetic and what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, the sort of just like cacophonous yet still disciplined nature of their music. It was like very much chaos, but also structured. These very fast, powerful, frenetic pieces they would do, but still rock and roll. You know what I mean. You guys know
Yeah,
what y'all
I'm
know what I'm
listening.
talking about.
When you got me in, I was driving a lot when you got me into them. And if you listen to them long enough, it goes away from English into like a type of like European Spanish music. So you feel like you're listening to like Italian/Spanish music. It's not like what we think of Spanish music in the States. It's very like European Spanish at one point. I'm like just listening to foreign music with my windows down in
Well, it's
Boston.
not. Well, hold on. I don't think it's that. It's they do sing in Spanish a lot, but it's a lot of like salsa influence, which is Cuban. But
Yeah,
then, Omar is Puerto Rican, Cedric is Mexican. So there is like a lot of like Hispanic influence in the music. A lot of like
yeah.
salsa and tejano singing in Spanish, which they do quite a bit on this new record. So, but I what initially like made me a fan of the music was just like just how wild it is. They have these long sweeping rock and roll epics that blend like all this like Mexican stuff and maracas and horn sections, but then the fast guitar and the it's and the the sort of shrieking vocals of Cedric there. Anyway, so this new record, what is it called again? Lucro Sucio Los Ojos del Vacío. I don't know. I don't even know like what I was listening to, man. This is like it sounded it's like very ambient, like it's very like open and spacey. Kevin Spacey.
Kevin Spacey. So it's
Yeah.
gay,
Yeah, it's
open and
very
gay, like his asshole.
it's
Sorry,
very
sorry, it's a
like
Christian show.
open, which is like reminiscent, which is like not something that they've always done, which it incorporates this sort of like the soundscape um that they always implement in their music. Like if you listen to a record like Deloused and you hear this much more on Francis the Mute, these long sequences of just like um sounds, like not necessarily even music, but just like what they call a soundscape, where it'll be um just like the sound of wind and cars driving by and
Yeah,
the chittering and chattering of children playing in the playground. It's just sort of this like building this like image in your mind through sounds. And so
yeah.
like there's like
Theater of the mind,
theater of the
if you
mind.
will.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. And so there's like a lot of that on this new album. And not in the way that it's used on, not in the way that you hear it on Francis the Mute, where it'll be like a song and then like several minutes of the soundscape and then a new song starts. It's everything, the whole album, like everything kind of flows into the next song, like it all flows together. So there's no like, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of delineation between the tracks. Like each track goes right into the next one, and it's all very like sounds very. I don't know how to. I guess the word would be ambient. Like I guess like maybe I would be honest with you. It's not my favorite thing they've done, and it's not something of theirs that I don't know how much I'm gonna return to it. It's definitely interesting just to hear them like experiment for sure, but it is not. Maybe it's not good. I don't. Maybe I'm just trying to. Maybe I'm
you
just trying
sound like
to.
me, dude.
Yeah, maybe I'm trying to convince myself to enjoy something I don't know that I actually enjoyed.
So
Uh, because
today was vegan donut day for me,
yeah,
and I went to the place that sells vegan donuts, fresh vegan donuts. I was like, give me one of each, and one of them was a chocolate frosted um, uh, pistachio butter donut, and it was basically a donut covered in chocolate, and then they made crunchy pistachio, like peanut butter, but out of pistachios. They
Yeah.
put a big blob in it, and I looked at it. I was like, "This looks like dog shit on top of my donut." But I'm a fat boy, so I went home. I actually got 2 of each. I lied. I didn't get 4. That's how much of an eating addict I am. I lied. I got 4. I ate the first one. It was crap. So then I took the second one and I cut it in half and I spread the pistachio on it and cut it up and started eating again. And I was like trying to make myself like it. And I ate the whole thing. I was like, this is why skinny people exist, because a skinny person would have thrown these away. I refuse to. I'm trying
Dude,
to
I can't tell
figure
you
out
how
how to eat these and make these good.
I can't tell you
Yeah.
how many meals I've eaten like complete meals that like upon the first bite I said this sucks. And
Yeah.
then not only like ate all of it, but then probably like also got seconds.
Yeah,
Just
I was
kept eating.
as I was eating the set as I was just chewing so I ate the whole first donut and I thought that this pistachio like butter, it's like a pistachio like peanut butter, but like instead of peanuts they use pistachio nuts. As I'm eating this lump of that, like chewing in my mouth, I'm just thinking this is like disgusting and I should spit it out, but I'm just continuing to eat it, trying to figure out like why somebody would like this until I finally eat the whole thing, and then I tried the second one, and the whole time I'm like, this is such a like my eating disorder thing that Dalton will understand. I got to talk to him because he must have eaten a million things that you're like, this is gross, and I'm going to finish eating it
Oh,
anyways.
dude, I've done that. Dude, I did that recently. I went to a Chinese buffet recently, and like the first plate of food, like the first bite, I said, "This is fucking terrible." And then I ate that plate and went back and got like 2 or 3 more plates. So
Yeah,
I've definitely done what you're describing like a lot of times where I'm like, yeah, it sucks, but it's not gonna stop me. It's like,
I will. The amount of times that I've made um, like a homemade meal and it's like pasta and like sauce and like just a couple of meatballs or whatever, right? And I spiced this pasta myself. Maybe the pasta was like 30 cents. The amount of sauce was like another 50 cents. And I eat the meatballs out of it and start eating the pasta. I'm like, oh, I fucked this up. It's like burnt. The spices are all bad. It's too salty. I will literally eat that, put it in the fridge, reheat it,
yeah,
and be like, "Wow, this is so disgusting." I don't know why, and it's like less than $1 worth of food, and I refuse to just throw it in the trash and forget about it.
yeah. I don't even like necessarily like Vienna sausages, but I have tons of cans of them that I will just eat at. If it comes down to it, and I need something quick to eat, I'll just pound like a couple cans of Vienna sausages. So I do that all the time. I'm constantly most of my I feel like I eat a lot of things I don't like when I should just like practice some self discipline and just like not eat sometimes. Just say, yeah, you probably have enough stored up that you don't really need this meal right now.
Yeah, you
But
think that like that's an eating disorder that we have, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's I guess it's just being a fat guy. Like I don't know. We got a couple super chats here. Hold on, what is this? Drew Huntley, 9.99. My advice is to shout out Sumo Dog. It's Sweeze's dog. Sumo is cool. Sumo is chill. Also, Dalton, like the shirt beanie combo. Thank you. I'm in my Steve Sizu outfit. Dave, fix your damn camera angle. Thank you, Drew.
I can't. There's no ways to put it. I can do
It's all
this.
good. It's all good. What is this? $10 for Michael. Pendulum, Propane Nightmares, Corn Fed Radio, KNIGG.
I can't even do that. Only I can hear the chirp.
Yeah,
So it's really like you guys are all black people tonight because I can play the chirp and none of you can hear it, but I can hear it.
yeah. No, we're going stripped down, bare bones, back to basics. Um, but yeah, I gotta play that
For
song here in a second.
for some reason, my camera. I'm trying to manage my camera, but it won't. I can't add the thing that my camera is hooked up to, my capture card, is not on my computer. And I don't know how to add it to my computer. It just disappeared.
Damn, I can't believe it's Saturday again, dude. Where's the time is just like flying by now.
It goes longer as you get older too, because like when you're 7, right? 1 year is 1/7 of your life. But now you're 30, so every year is 1/30th. Now I'm living every year is 1/50th of my life. It just zooming by me, dude.
It goes by each week. It feels like it's just going by so fast, and time really does feel like, because like when you're a kid, dude, it's like time stands still, and you're frustrated. Like when you're a kid, you're just. I remember just like being in class, like in math class, just like staring at the clock, praying for this to be over. Just like, God damn, this math class taking forever. And then it's like, it's like a 50-minute math class or whatever. It's like nowadays a whole work shift will go by and I don't even remember, like I don't even it's almost like I was barely there. Like I don't even know what happened in the day. Like I'll clock in and then I look away and look back and I'm like, oh, it's time to clock out. It's like, damn, that was like 8 hours of my day just like went by and I don't even remember anything that happened. So yeah, it's definitely when you're a kid, it feels like time can't. It's like slow, like it can't go fast enough. You're like, man, I'm ready to get done with this and get on with my life. And then when you actually start getting on with your life, you're like, hold on, wait, no, this isn't what I meant. Slow down, stop.
Yeah, when I had gone a couple years ago, 2 years ago, to see my buddy's grandkids. Right, I hung out with him for I hung out with his grandkid 3 years ago for like a couple hours, dude. We were on the 4-wheelers and stuff, having a blast, and feeding the cows and all this stuff. And I went back 2 years later, and I was like, "Hey, what's up, man? You remember me, Leo?" And he's like, "No." And I was like, "Okay." And I could have taken offense, but I was like, "Well, he's 6, so 2 years ago was a quarter of his life."
Yeah.
So if you asked me about an event that happened a quarter of my life before, I have no idea what you're talking about. And so when you put it in that perspective, it's like this kid's like, do you know how many SpongeBob episodes and Minecraft games and Legos I built since I saw you, buddy? Like, you are out of my memory.
Yeah. I remember when however long ago I got a W-2 in the mail for my job and I said, I got plenty of time to file my taxes. And then I looked away and then I looked back and I go, oh man, I gotta file my taxes soon. It's due in a couple days.
What I like to do is make it's like a little bit of anxiety, and it would only probably take me like maybe an hour to do. I like to keep putting it off until that anxiety becomes so crushing that it turns into depression, and you don't even want to get out of bed because of your taxes.
Yeah, it turns into just like total panic and just like, damn, dude, I forgot my TurboTax password. I gotta get in here. Yeah.
I'm realizing that a lot recently with anxiety, and this would be a good lesson for the show tonight. Is like things are going better and smoother for me as my life goes forward, and my anxiety and stress levels have not changed. So even though I'm doing better and my bills are paid for, I still wake up a mess.
Yeah.
And so like money's not going to solve any of your problems. If you're a mess now and you get money, you're just going to be a mess with stability and money.
Yeah. By the way,
not that some problems won't be solved with finances. I'm not going to be that guy.
No, yeah, I'd rather be in like an insane, degenerate, wreck of a person with money than without money.
Yes, agreed.
This is actually a very profound thing that Raphael said here. Raphael said, "Time flies when you're not having any fun at all." Dude, that is so much more true than time flies when you're having fun, because like dude, when you're extremely depressed, years will pass by you that you just
Yeah.
don't even realize how much time has passed. And then just one day you look around and you go, "Oh, I guess it's been like years that I've been living this way." And I have no idea. I just had no clue how much time was going by me. Because that's how it is too. When Robbie posted that thing the other day that it's been 5 years since we first recorded the first episode of the Loud Boys, and I was like, that can't be. That doesn't even make any sense. It can't have been
Yeah.
5 years. And then it's like, oh yeah, I've just been like extremely depressed since then. So like, yeah, just time is no matter to me anymore. It just goes by, just passing me by. And
I had a similar experience.
yeah.
Somebody sent me a video from 2018 of the band, because we had a song called "Water is Power" about all the chemicals in the water or whatever, and it came up on YouTube as 2018, and I was like, "Oh man, it's 2025, dude!" Like that was
Almost a
what?
decade.
Yeah, a decade ago, and I was like, that was like I felt like the last major thing I did in my life, and I've
Yeah.
already done 2 cross-country trips since then, which are the other 2 big events, but the rest of the time, not so much. It's important to get out there and do stuff where you can.
Oh yeah. And I come from a long line of like sad assholes. So like,
Yeah,
my dad, he's 61 now. Yeah, he's currently 61 years old. And anytime I talk to him now, that's all he does is he just is like, I'm 61, so the clock's ticking. Like I'll probably be gone any day now.
yeah,
He just which is like it's so just like infuriating for me to have to hear that shit because I'm like, you're not even at the age where you would start drawing Social Security if it still exists.
yeah,
But then also it's like him and his all of his like brothers and sisters, they did the same shit to my grandma when she was like, getting into her 60s and 70s. They were like, well, Virginia's going to be gone any day now. And then she lived to be 90. She lived to be 90 years old. So it was just like for, for 30 years, my entire family was saying like, yeah, Virginia is not going to be around much longer. She's going to pass any day now. And then they just did that for 30 years. And then it finally happened. And then it was just like, I don't even know. I don't even know how to describe like what it felt like when she finally passed away because they had like had her dead and buried in all of our minds for so long that it was like a relief at that point. It was just finally like, oh, finally it finally happened. This
yeah.
like dread and anxiety and fucking misery you've been creating for the last 30 years. It finally came to pass, and now we get to incinerate her corpse in an oven and grind up the bones. Got to grind up the bones. We've learned, and then
Do we though? That takes a long time, Dalton. Actually, I found
well,
out.
that's what Abby who came on a few weeks ago, the artist in North Carolina, Abby. She used to be a work in funeral services, and she worked in a crematorium. And she said, yeah, when you cremate a corpse, when you put it through the oven, much like steel beams, the fire does not melt the bones, and so it'll burn off all the flesh and muscle and sinew, but then there's still a skeleton left over that you got to like pull out of the oven and run it through a bone grinder, and so that's what that's finally after 30 years. That's finally what happened to my grandmother when she made it to 90. I don't know. She'd been in a nursing home for a while, and they said she had dementia. But anytime I talked to her, she seemed okay. I think it was just that none of my aunts or anybody wanted to have to like take care of her. But then she did pass away when she was 90, and yeah, and so presumably they burned her and ground up her bones, and and then weirdly enough, like when people get cremated, it's it's not like they just give you an urn. Really, they just put the ashes in a bag, and then they put the bag in a little cardboard box. And then I guess if you want to do an urn, you can, but you got to pay a lot of money for that. But like weirdly enough, there was also like a teeny tiny little grave plot that had been bought for her. So then they just buried a cardboard box filled with ashes in a cemetery.
Yeah.
Which I was like, why do both? Why are y'all doing both?
My family, we have a lot in common, a lot in non-common. My father's mother refused to move out of Iowa to come live with us when she got older or whatever. And then when she died, he didn't even go. He didn't even go out to see her or whatever. And but for like years, he was just like, "Yeah, Grandma Wright's gonna be dead anytime soon." And you're like, "Yeah, like, why do you keep telling me this? Like, what are we gonna do? We're gonna have her out here." And then she died, and I was like, "Well, you've been talking about it. She finally died. You're gonna go out there?" And he's like, "No." So somebody just figured it out. And then when I did my cross country, I did go by and saw the grave, and I was like, "Here's my grandma. I never knew or whatever." But I
Yeah,
think some people just like being miserable and bringing up
yeah.
miserable things.
They find contentment in misery. It's just like, well, life. There's no chance that life is going to get good, or that I'm going to make any of my dreams come true, or that anything will ever get better.
Yeah.
So I'll find comfort in just being just completely fucking miserable. And so that's my whole That's my whole family is like that. Like on both sides, it's all these people who they exist in whatever station in life they exist in. Where it's like my aunt is on fucking Section 8 and food stamps, or my one uncle is fat and has back problems, and then my dad is I don't know, he's 60 now. And so like none of it's just a bunch of people who are like, well, I'm not gonna try to make anything better, so I might as well just just find comfort in being miserable. They just wallow around in their own fucking misery. And it's funny, the one who like got out of that, I do have one uncle who moved to San Antonio. He's lived in San Antonio for a lot of years. That's where he raised up his family. He's the rich uncle, and he just like doesn't talk to anybody. He's just distant from the entire family, and has just like worked on building his own business for all these years. And so he just has a lot of money. He was able to raise up his family in a nice house. His daughter, my cousin, married like some like German beer baron or something, and then they moved overseas and have been living in like, she teaches music in Morocco or something now, something crazy. And so like that whole part of the family is like all doing very well, and it seems like one of the keys to his success was just getting the fuck away from everybody. And just
Dude,
be like, you guys are
like,
such sad assholes. This is dragging me down.
it's so sad, but that was my experience with life. Is like, I as soon as I got it's I was just telling my buddy about this. It was sad. Like, my dad was one of the biggest negative impacts in my life. Just like anytime I came to him, and I remember as a child, like looking back as a child too, sitting around like a table at Thanksgiving, and the older people were like, "Oh, we're gonna invent. We heard about this new restaurant called Wendy's." And they're all, "We're gonna put some money in. Gary, do you want to get in with us?" He's like, "Dude, you guys are wasting your money. You take too many chances. He's gonna save." And then like they all got bigger houses, more cars, and we found this company called Snapple. It's only 50 cents a share right now. We're gonna get some in. You want some, Gary? And he's like, "Why do you guys always waste your money?" Now they're like got two AV TVs and a big mansion and investment properties. My dad was just always negative and just watched all this opportunity pass him by.
Yeah,
And then I finally got older, and I was like, "Oh, I don't want to be like my dad." I think this is a good thing for the Bible study thing. If you've read the what is it? Honor thy father and mother.
yeah,
And a lot of people are like, that means like listen and say exactly what they want. or what they did. And instead, it's like my father never taking chances and being miserable in life. The way that I can honor him is by taking calculated chances and improving my life and not being miserable like he was. Like he taught me a lot about what I don't want to be.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to my dad's credit, he did carve out a nice life, all things considered. Like working with very little, was able to achieve like a pretty nice life for himself and all of us as family. But yeah, it's hard to break. It's a very like southern thing. There is like a very southern thing of like just be miserable, just
Yeah.
be fucking miserable, and who are you to think that anything good's ever going to happen or that you're going to achieve anything? And so yeah, that's a lot of people in the South, but
I'm
not me.
I'm
No,
still problem solving my cameras, by the way, guys. So
that's all good. Yeah, we've been troubleshoot. It's the troubleshoot. It's the troubleshoot spooktacular.
I,
Um,
I, I'm wondering if the card just doesn't. If the card went, I doubt it. It's pretty new, and I doubt that the mic and everything would go. It's probably a permissions thing, but
yeah, I don't know what's going on. We gotta yeah, we gotta listen. We gotta listen to this song that Michael asked for. So this is a song called the band is Pendulum. This is Propane Nightmares by the band Pendulum, requested by Michael Hall. $10 super chat. This is Cornfed Radio 148.8 WKNIGG, the Nig,
the chirp.
the church. Yeah, we ain't buying no 9-volt batteries here. So yeah, this is Cornfed Radio. This is Propane Nightmares by Pendulum. Pendulum and Teller.
I got.
Something staring me down, and I can't help but feel it's coming from you. She's a gunshot bride, the triggered cries. I just wonder what we've gotten ourselves into. In a trail of fire, I know we will be free again. In the end, we will be one. In a trail of fire, I'll burn before you bury me. Set your sights for the sun.
All right, I didn't like it, but I'm kind of liking this pickup part now.
Mind is willing, so mistake. This woman cannot be saved. From the jar into the fire. Mind is willing, so mistake. This woman
What song?
I didn't like it at first, but then when it picks up in the middle, it got pretty good.
It picked up. It got a little more up tempo. The horns were fun. The I found the vocals. There were some moments vocally I enjoyed, and then but then a lot of it sounded very just like whatever.
It sounded like something Tim Pool would probably listen to in his free time. Something I probably wouldn't, but Tim Pool probably would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we got a couple. We got another request here. We gotta get to in a second. $5 from Nibs Telemachus Mars Blues, and then Robbie's third cousin is he's holding me to it. He's holding my feet to the fire from last week. We gotta get to where I don't know. He's somewhere in here. He said we gotta get to Homeward Bound by Simon and Garfunkel. So don't worry, folks. You'll get to hear all these through the StreamYard EQ. No, that was a fun song. And then what was I? Oh yeah. So yeah, this my to go back into my Fantano segment. So this album Lucro Sucio Los Ojos del Vacío Dirty Prophet The Eyes of the Void. So here it's something else that always always kind of like drew me to their music, the Mars Volta, was like a sort of like almost like there's like a feeling of like spirituality to their music. I don't know if it's just because it's music I really enjoy or what, but I've always felt this like sort of a intangible ethereal quality to it, that it's like their music is imbued with some kind of like I don't know, like spiritual nature. I don't know how to describe it. Like where it feels very like, I don't know, what is the word? Not otherworldly, though there is that, but just like they're reaching into some sort of a realm beyond, like in a spiritual way. I don't, you know what I'm trying to say?
Does it take you someplace emotionally?
Well, yeah, it's like emotionally, like the first, I guess, like all the records they did from 2001 to 2012, like all those, especially the first two, Deloused and Francis Mute. But I guess, but there's always just been this like, I guess when maybe it comes from a place of like pain, like they dealt with all their drug issues and people dying over the years, or maybe it is like people who are more like tapped in spiritually. They're capable of like finding a place musically that is otherwise like closed off to non-believers. I don't know. So anyway, so that's always been like a component of their music that I've always like appreciated, was that sort of like feeling of like reaching to beyond to something greater than like each of ourselves, and just merely being human, I guess, which is something music can do. I hear that a lot. I hear that with like a lot of different artists, like there's a lot of saxophone on this new album, so it's like, if you listen to something like "A Love Supreme" by John Coltrane, you'll find it there, or you know, like some just there's music like that. Anyway, I think there is some of that on this new record. This Lucro Sucio Los Ojos del Vacío, but it is a very like,
Sorry, I don't speak Spanish, so I'll have to take your word for it when you say that.
well, it translates to "dirty prophet, the eyes of the void," and
Okay.
prophet is PROFIT, I think. So it's like dirty money. So anyway, so yeah, there is some of that on this one, but it's definitely not as intense as the first couple records. It's very much more like ambling and ambient, but there is a lot of like just kind of like jazzy meandering, which
And
I would understand it if someone said that they thought that was some bullshit. Like if you listen to this album and said it's just a bunch of fucking noodling around and then some saxophones, I'd be like, I guess that's fair enough. But after a
Did
few,
you listen to it as a full album?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and I mean, I guess that there are like certain tracks that stand out on their own, but it's like the way the album is presented, like the way it's recorded, each track flows into the next one. So it's
Yep.
like I just put the album on and was like just listening to it without looking at the track list or what was happening, and so like there's no like as I was listening to it, there didn't seem to be a lot of distinction as to when one song stopped and another one started.
Yeah.
It was just like each one just went right into the next one, and it is like a very like wandering kind of meandering kind of album, and it's also very like much more what's the word I'm looking for? It's definitely not as chaotic as the other records. It's much more just like I don't know, just like hanging out kind of
Did
music. Like,
you
it's very much like a like drum, like almost like drum circle bonfire kind of sounding.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm not Fantano. I don't have the words for this kind of thing. I guess if I guess I would say I don't hate it. It's not my favorite thing they've done. Would I recommend it to anyone who's never heard their music before? No. You should start somewhere else. But for folks who are familiar with the band and want to hear them continue to experiment with their sound and I guess evolve it, check it out. Check it out, folks.
It reminds me of did you listen to Andre 3000's last album? Probably not.
Yeah, all that flute shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't listen to it, but yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
So I dabble in a little bit. I do have a wooden Native American flute that I play sometimes. They're a little fun. They're fun and relaxing if you can get into the mood. They're 432 hertz. Um, the wood and everything is carved. It's vibrational. I won't get into all of it. But anyways, he plays a lot of that. And when you first start listening to the album, I was like, wow, this is actually really good, but no one is going to give it a chance because they're looking at him like a rap artist instead of a musician.
Yeah.
And so I was really enjoying it. And it's similar to that where he's making new music that's very natural. It was 432 hertz. But then halfway through, like the first three songs are like so intertwined that you almost don't realize they switched until there's a changeover in the middle and stuff. But in the middle, he gets way too digital, and he adds a lot of digital sounds, and it speeds up, and it actually feels very chaotic. So when I first listened to it, I was like, oh, I don't like this album because it seems like it went from nature and 432 hertz to 440 hertz in the middle and chaotic. But then I was like, maybe that's the experience that he wants when he gives the contrast between the two. You recognize how calm your soul feels during the first part of it. But that was the last album that I listened to that really took me on an emotional journey beginning to end. A lot of people didn't like it. I've listened to it quite a few times. It's like one of the few albums that I listened to beginning to end.
Yeah.
But I've watched him through his whole career, so it was pretty cool. If somebody was like, "Oh, recommend an Andre 3000," I would be like, "Oh, the Polaroid song." I would not recommend anything on this new album unless you're like a huge music and hip hop.
Yeah, that's what
Like,
I was feeling listening to this new record. Is I was like, I'm already like such a big fan of this band that I'm willing to go with them wherever they want to experiment. I'll give it a spin. But as I was listening to it, I was like, man, people are gonna fucking hate this. It's like such a departure from like what anyone likes about this band, about the Mars Volta. That I was like, yeah, I mean, I can find what I enjoy about it, and I could sort of see the vision. I can see like what they're going for as far as like the direction they're going with their music. But overall, I was like, this is like so just indulgent, like with all the kind of jazzy, just like wandering around kind of sounds. I will say that the high point of the album, like the where it really shines, for lack of a better word, the shine on the album is the drummer, the black lady, Linda Philomene Songui. Linda Songui. I don't know how to pronounce it.
That's some old school racism, Dalton.
Yeah, she's some kind of
Calling her the shine.
she's some kind of like black German lady. I don't know what I don't know exactly. Anyway, she's like what really stood out to me on the album. She's a very very good drummer, and I
Yeah.
really enjoyed her arrangements or whatever they're called, whatever I'm supposed to call it. I just liked her drumming on the album. I thought that sounded cool. So she's like to me like the best of like the newest additions to their music is her as a drummer, which they've never had a drummer that I never really that I thought wasn't good. I mean I think Thomas Pridgeon might have been doing too much with it. I know there's people who like him as a drummer, but he might have been banging on them things too hard. But
Yeah.
he's still very good. And who am I to judge? I just think like he's a very like maximalist kind of drummer. Whereas the other guys, John Theodore and D'Anthony Parks, practice a little more restraint, which I can appreciate. Um, but yeah, this new lady, she's very good. So folks, I guess check it out. If you've never listened to the band before, the Mars Volta, maybe don't start with this album. But if you're familiar with their music and you want to hear something different, definitely a big departure from what they've done. So I did. Well, to be honest with you, I actually did not never listen to the album before this, the self titled album, because I don't know why I haven't listened to that one yet. But I tell you, for this album, it's definitely much different than any of the albums they did when they were like active from the beginning of the band till whenever they went on hiatus. So, that's a Fantano. Well, how does Fantano rate things? I give it a hard. What does he say? I give it a hard 7 or a hard. I don't know. I liked it. Hey, it's music. It's creation. It's life. They say architecture is frozen music. So there you go. Yo, dude. Oh wait, we gotta.
Sorry, I am still working on. I'm sorry if I'm half in the show, half out of the show.
Oh,
I'm still trying to get my camera to work in the background. I'm updating software. I don't know why.
you're good, dude. I gotta be honest with you. I'm out of it because I had such a rotten day at work. I had such just a bad day, and I'm beat, dude. I'm not phoning it in. I'm definitely here. I'm focused, but I definitely am like just completely drained emotionally from just a rotten day of telesales. I do not want to be doing. I don't want to fucking be doing this shit, man. Like I keep trying to hype myself up and get pumped about it. I've been watching all these different.
Wait, did you watch Dan Pena yet, dude? He's the best.
I know about Dan Pena. I've seen him before.
Dude, I used to watch him when I did sales and be like, I'm being a pussy, dude. And my body would be like, dude, I want to kill myself. I hate sales. I don't know if I'm going to eat this week. And I'd be like, oh, you want some Midol? You want some Midol, pussy?
Dude, there's like a whole universe like bald sales gurus. There's just like a whole extended universe of Lex Luthor looking like very variants of each other kind of sales gurus. And so like I try to get myself pumped. Like I'm watching all the videos from like Andy Elliott and this other guy like Sean something. I don't know, just all these different fucking bald pricks who who sell ticket seminars for sales, and you can see clips on TikTok. And I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm gonna fucking, I'm gonna make all the money this fiscal month. But then it's like even if I do like a really good job, it's I'm not working in like a sales environment where I'm making like tens of thousands of dollars in a month. It's like if
You're
I
not.
do like if I do really good at where I'm in, like the department I'm in currently, if I do really good, I can make like $6,000 in a month, which is like not bad money, but it's also like, damn, dude, it's a lot of work to hit like
Yeah.
like a mid to high 5-figure yearly income.
Yeah, and you're just gonna get burned out in the long run.
Yeah, I saw a sales TikTok that had me cracking up because I kind of appreciated how honest it was because there's all these like guys who try to flex online about their like sales jobs or how they're making money, and this guy posted a TikTok where he's wearing the AT&T polo in the AT&T store, and he's like, yeah, people have been asking me how's that AT&T sales job working for you. He's like, yeah, I don't really work too hard, and I'm making easy $6,000 a month. And I did the math. I did the math on that, and I'm like, it's like $70,000 a year, which is like not bad money. That's like respectable for anyone, really. But I guess like all things compared to the kind of money you could be making, it's not like a huge sum of money to be making in a year. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I guess I guess good for you, man. Thanks for being honest with us that you're pulling in less than $100,000 a year doing AT&T sales, which I would hate that, dude. If I had to go to one of them stores every day, dude, miss me with that shit. But
I can't. My phone. I can hear you, but I can't find or see you in my phone anymore.
what
Okay,
is
I got you.
you ain't got this computer working yet?
It won't recognize my camera anymore. I just did like a full reboot. Driver updates, allowing cookies, allow the microphone. When I click on it, it says click allow in your browser if you're having issues, or contact us to see the changes. And it says using camera now. And if I go to manage camera, it says it's using my Elgato 4K Pro. And it says that the sites have access. It says that StreamYard has access to it. But then StreamYard says we don't, and to reset your browser.
Oh man,
And
it
then I
might be
reset my.
it's the browser you're using. It's this libertarian fucking tax-free
No.
browser or whatever it is.
It works everywhere else, dude. It works everywhere else. Uh, it So I don't know what's going on. Let's try the virtual background.
Yeah, and all these fucking sales guys, like they talk about it, like they give you sales tips, assuming that the people you're selling to have money, and so all that stuff is all well and good if you're working at like a car dealership or somewhere where like people with money gravitate to. But like
Yeah.
I'm in a department that is like that caters to the financially constrained. So like I was talking to a lady today trying to upsell her, and she was like, "I only get $400 a month," and I just, dude, I wanted to tell her. I was like, I want to tell her like that. Well, first off, that's bullshit. Because where are you living that's enough to survive? That doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I was just like, all right, I'll sell you the absolute cheapest possible thing you can get. But yeah, she was almost in tears because she was like, I don't work, and I only get $400 a month in SSDI or whatever. And I was just like, all right, it sounds like you have a lot of problems you got to situate before you call me, but I'll do this for you, I guess.
That's the funniest thing, because you're stuck having to sell to. I did that before, where I'm like, you're not getting any sales for a while, and then you get a B loan, and you're like, well, it's probably not going to go through, and it's probably the thing's going to get repoed, and I'm not going to get, maybe I'm going to get $50 for the sale, but I could really use a win right now.
Yeah.
Like,
Dude,
yeah.
I do that all. I as long as, hey, if I sell it and they look at the terms of service and agree to it, I haven't done anything wrong. And it's like, if you lapse on this and then you end up getting your shit turned off, that's on you. I was very open and honest and forward about everything you're getting. You agreed to it. I'm getting the commission on this, and then give us a call when everything gets shut off because you didn't pay your bill, and then you can talk to billing about that. But
Yeah, maybe my video card just went because everything else is working except for the video card.
But I guess sales is interesting because it is like it's a I would say, dude, now that like everything seems so uncertain nowadays, like all the all the professions and skills that we were told were going to be around forever are now like getting automated out of existence, like software engineering, coding, and all that. And there's like this narrative that's being spun now where it's like, well, the kids are wasting their time in college and learning things. They need to get back in the factory or learn a trade. I'm like, yo, a good career path, I suppose, if you're not trying to fucking break your back for a living and getting if you're not trying to get like the boot of some factory pressed on your neck because those jobs suck, or if you're not trying to wear down all the cartilage in your body doing a trade. Sales is like a pretty viable career path. Like if you could develop that skill and like get that on your get those KPIs on your resume. Get that sales experience there because you get that transfers like everywhere. So like every fucking company has a sales department. They need salespeople. So it's like it is. I mean, it's a job that requires you to talk, like directly interact with everyone, like talk to people and schmooze them and butter them up and try and sell them something. But it's like, I mean, I'd say that's better than working in a factory. That's better than having to go load up a truck full of tools and grind yourself to the bone doing whatever trades or whatever.
100%, 100%. Like even today, like I don't know. Some of it is like I was just, when people are like, oh, rent's like $3,000, right? And I can't afford it. There's a part of me that's like, you need to move from wherever rent is $3,000. Then, like, you're not supposed to be able to pay that. Maybe I'm wrong, or you got to get roommates. So like, if you're trying to move to New York City and be a comedian, you have to understand, okay, like Dan Soder just had 3 roommates up until about 2 years ago. Shane Gillis still has roommates. Like, so you can move to Kentucky and live by yourself if you want to do that. If you want to live in Kentucky and be whatever, collect hay for a living, or whatever you do in Kentucky.
Yeah.
I'm not saying stop eating.
This is such a funny sentiment because I get what this guy's saying in the chat that like if you're doing sales, it can pay really well, but it doesn't do much for society. Dog, most jobs that people are doing don't do jack shit for anybody. It's just like it's like you need a job. You have something to do to fill up the hours, and then they send you a check and a W-2. But it's like most jobs are people just doing nothing all day. I think there's
no sales is dude. Sales is like one of the original jobs, dude. You have to have a salesperson. Like even if you're like, oh, I'm a roofer, it's like, okay, well, who sold you the shingles? You know what I mean? Like somebody, you just like, there's no middleman anymore. Like not the middleman, but like somebody has to advertise and figure out how to tell you about shingles.
Dude, by the way, I discovered like a forgotten movie that it was like a made for TV movie that I don't know if anyone's ever heard about or what. Dude, there's a movie. I guess like 20 years ago, TNT tried to do like made their own made for TV movies. TNT, We Know Drama, the cable channel. They were I guess they were trying to do their own version of like Hallmark movies or something. Dude, there's a movie that came out like 2002 called Door to Door, where it's William H Macy playing a guy who has like crippling cerebral palsy. So it's William H Macy doing like the Tropic Thunder full retard. Like he's doing like a full like minstrel show of having cerebral palsy in this movie. And I guess it's based on like an actual guy that existed, who was like a guy who had like severe cerebral palsy and then had to like figure out how to make a life for himself. And so he went to some appliance company or something to try and become a salesman, and they didn't want him, they didn't want to hire him because he's all fucked up. And so the scene I saw was William H. Macy going into the guy's office and being like, just give me a chance. I'll work on commission only, and you could give me the worst route that no one wants to work. And
Is this Will Smith, dude?
It's William H. Macy.
Will Smith, and his kid and him live in a subway. I've seen this.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It is like a similar kind of movie. But yeah. So it's like William H. Macy is like this fucked up guy with cerebral palsy, just begging a dude to give him a job that doesn't pay him hourly. To just be like, I'll do commission only, and you just give me the worst route that nobody wants, and if I do a good job, you make money and you have nothing to lose. And then it's like, it's supposed to be like this heartwarming movie about a guy who rose above the odds and became did a good job as a salesman. But it looks like an insane fucking acting choice by William H. Macy, because they make him look, they give him like fucking big ass fucked up ears.
Yeah.
And he's doing like a full just like cerebral palsy, like he's fucked up. It looks like a very like insulting movie to just anybody with any amount of taste. But I gotta watch it. It looks awesome.
It's all those movies, because like when you watch like I Am Sam, you're like, dude, that's a big like.
Oh yeah.
Like I Am Sam. The Gilbert Grape isn't that bad, and even Sling Blade. But when you start getting into I Am Sam, and you're like, and he goes full retard, dude.
I Am Sam is like a deeply evil movie. It's just a grotesque performance by Sean Penn. It's such an exploitative movie. And is that movie even based on like anybody, or is it just somebody sat around and thought up like the most retarded guy of all time? Like what would happen if the most retarded guy of all time finally got some pussy, and then everybody has to deal with the fallout. Everybody has to deal with the fallout of a complete like crippled retard busting inside of a woman and bearing a child. If that's not based on a true story, that's a very mean thing to think of. It's a very rude thing to think and write down.
I mean, I would love to see who the author was, but a lot of these movies that I watch where I'm like, that's such a crazy ass premise, like, or even like what we were saying, like when it's always like the really hot chick with the disgusting or nerdy guy or whatever, and you're like, oh, this is just the writers thinking about themselves.
Yeah.
Like they're like, let's make a movie where I'm about to do the voice too, because we know what they're like. Let's make a movie where this lady loves nerdy dudes and picks the nerdy dude in the end over the hot tall guy.
Yeah.
But they just took that to the extreme. What if a retarded guy ends up banging a hot chick? But then
the best version of that, actually, probably the most realistic version of it, and in the movie it's played for laughs, but it is like pretty representative of like how how like an actual dejected nerd will commit an act of evil upon somebody. in the belief that that he's an underdog,
Yeah.
and is like deserving of like something good happening. But what he's actually committing is an act of violence. Is Revenge of the Nerds, where like near the end of the movie, the main the carradine guy, the main nerd, like
Yeah.
he rapes a woman. Like he rapes dude. He straight up rapes a sorority girl.
I shouldn't laugh, but like that's what the whole like Porky's and Revenge of the Nerds is all. What if a bunch of nerds sexually abused women,
Yeah, and it's like
and then one of them they're like, and what if he just rapes her at this point because she thinks it's somebody else?
yeah, dude. It's presented as if they're like the heroes of the movie. Like, oh, the nerds finally get their day, and it's like,
Yeah.
this guy just committed a fucking sex crime.
Can you believe this dumb bitch just thought it was her boyfriend that she's in love with? Instead, she's actually getting raped by one of the nerds. And they're
raped by
yeah,
she got raped by a guy in a Darth Vader mask. Yeah, and it's like, but that is probably like the most accurate representation of what, like how some like dejected guy who feels like the world is out to get him, some like nerd loser would behave if the opportunity presented itself.
yeah.
It's like, no, like if you're that kind of guy and you feel like you've always like gotten the short end of the stick your entire life, and it can like fester into this like this attitude like you're owed something, and so it is probably like the most accurate representation that like given the opportunity, a guy like that will rape someone.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be like, oh, the beautiful woman falls in love with the nerd because she sees he's actually a good guy. It's that no, he'll trick a woman and commit a sex crime and rape her, and then laugh with his friends about it. That he finally, he finally got his. Where it's really an unfortunate reality that it is like, in shape, attractive people that everybody likes are also probably the most virtuous, and it's like to be like a horrifically ugly smelly nerd. It breeds like it just breeds like a very negative attitude, and you become an incel. You become a miserable, evil person like I have.
Well, like, and this is I've struggled with being overweight and a bunch of stuff. I still struggle with eating, whatever. But a lot of people are like, "Oh, date the fat girl. She's going to be really nice." Like, it. There's a huge component that being overweight is a manifestation of problems in your life. It's not to say that everybody that's skinny is mentally healthy, but like most of the time, if you're obese, that's that's a shadow of other problems going on. So back to like what you were saying about like good looking people, there's certainly narcissistic people that wrap up their whole identity in looking good, but like being healthy and looking good and handsome, so it's kind of also a sign of like a lot of things went well for you and you kind of got things figured out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's really unfortunate to think, to realize like, oh yeah, all the people that are really hot and everyone likes are also nice and good people.
Yeah.
And if you're fat and ugly and you're just fucking miserable and mean to everybody on the internet, your soul is also disgusting.
Yeah, and I mean, there's some outliers because like I'm having a lot of fun when I'm on the internet, but I also wouldn't say that like I'm a completely healthy. Like the women that people are like, oh, you should get married and settle down. It's like, yeah, the women that I'm attracted to would never bring me to their family. Like, and I recognize that, but you also get to a point where it's like, do I want to pretend I'm somebody else for the rest of my life at a chance at what's considered a good life, but kind of be a little bit miserable, or be myself and kind of be a little bit miserable forever? So there's kind of like a path that you can choose. You can live a lie and feel miserable, or you can live your truth and feel a little bit miserable.
Yeah, but no matter what, the only option is misery and suffering. To live is to suffer. We have a song request Homeward Bound by Simon and Garfunkel. I'm a big time Garfunkel head. You know, most people prefer Paul Simon, but I'm a big Art Garfunkel truther. So this is Cornfed Radio 148.8 WKNIGG, the Chirp, the Nig. This is Homeward Bound by Simon and Garfunkel.
I'm sitting in the railway station, got a ticket for my destination. On a tour of one-night stands, my suitcase and guitar in hand, and every stop is neatly planned for a poet and a one-man band. Homeward bound, I wish I was homeward bound. Home, where my thoughts escaping, home, where my music's playing, home, where my love lies waiting silently for me. Every day is an endless stream of cigarettes and magazines.
Ooh, that's a bar.
And each town looks the same to me.
This is one of those bangers that makes me sad, though.
And every
Yeah.
stranger's face I see
Yeah, I'm
reminds
sad.
me that I long to be.
Yeah, it's turning me into a goth.
Homeward bound.
I want to cut myself to see if I'm alive.
Homeward bound. Home, where my thoughts escaping, home, where my music's playing, home, where my love lies waiting silently for me. Tonight I'll sing my songs again, I'll play the game and pretend. But all my words come back to me in shades of mediocrity, like emptiness and harmony. I need someone to comfort me. Homeward bound, I wish I was homeward bound. Home, where my thoughts escaping, home, where my music's playing, home, where my love lies waiting silently for me. Silently for me.
I like that.
Yeah, so I recently, I live in a nice complex, 2-bedroom, got a pool, playground, really nice neighborhood. But recently I was just like, I want to travel, and I was looking at storage units. I was like, I could get a storage unit, put my car in it, and then get a travel van. It's like the payment would be like $560 a month. And I would save like 20 grand in rent for the year, and it wouldn't depreciate in 20 grand. So I would make money. And like I just travel around. But then I remember my road trips, and it's like on the way home, it's all about that song. Because after you're on the road for like 30 days, you're like, I just want to be in my own bed with, like, I don't want excitement and whatever. I just want the humdrum of knowing what's going to go on. So
Yeah.
I can totally see them being on the road. They're going around, they're touring, they're meeting all these people. It's exciting. They're getting a ton of fanfare, but then your mind clicks into, it's like, no, I just want to be homeward bound right now. Like, I need consistency in my life right now. You think you could be a road dog?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've never had any stability, so I'd feel right at home just hip hopping around and, going from town to town.
I had a blast, and so many people were welcoming, opening. It was easier to meet people because when you're in a strange place where the honeymoon hasn't, like, whatever, you have this like weird stranger confidence.
Yeah.
If you understand what I'm saying, like when you first come someplace new, you're all wide-eyed and bushy-tailed, but then it runs off after a while. And I was like, I can just picture being like in the middle of Montana, dude, with no home, living in a van, and then like it just kind of hits you. You're living in a van, dude.
Yeah.
Like you go to
Also,
a dark,
I mean,
dark place and start crying.
it also would just be like, if I was a road dog, that would be like for me at least, like some measure of like, oh, I'm actually like succeeding. You know, there's something's happening, I guess, because
Yeah,
I never figured out how to make that. I never knew how people made the jump from like, just going to some shitty open mic week after week to then, being able to hit the road and go to all these different clubs and make, you're probably not making like a good yearly income, but at least you're like, getting booked to headline clubs, and then you're making some kind of living doing comedy. I never could figure out how people were doing that, and it didn't seem like it was like a talent thing, because there were plenty of people I saw come through that were road dogs. I was like, well, this guy fucking blows. So
yeah,
it never made any sense to me, and it's like it's so insanely difficult to like get to make that jump from like just doing open mics to actually getting booked by a club. It's so fucking difficult just to get to that point, you know. And then like you realize after a while it's like, all right, well, let's say I do that. Let's say I graduate from being an open micer, like a club is booking me to headline. Well, it's like, well, it's not like it's like crazy good money. It's just like hopefully the next step on the path to a big,
yeah.
awesome career. But then I
That's
saw a
what's
lot of guys that just like did that forever. Were just like
yeah,
road dogs, and they were fucking miserable, and they were just left behind by the world because, like, dude, I mean, there is a part of it that's kind of antiquated. Like, if you don't have a presence on the internet, like you ain't doing shit like this. There's just like all
yeah,
these guys who are still like in that road club system who you'll never hear of, but they kind of are the meat and potatoes for all these clubs, like the Tulsa Looney Bin or wherever.
yeah.
And they're just that's what they're gonna do forever. And then if you ask them like, so do you do like a podcast or something? They'll just be like, what's a podcast? Like they don't even know what's going on. So it definitely feels like the where people are gravitating toward is like, what can I access from the comfort of my phone or my computer at home? Like, how can I tap into an entertainer I like on the internet without having to go to a place? And I guess it definitely democratizes everything to such a find that people are able to, guys like Aiden Ross and Sneeko and all that are able to have careers, which is like, bewildering to me because it's like they're not even good at what they're trying to do, which is be provocative and
It gets to a point though. If you pick being provocative as your thing, like I even get like this on Twitter because of like the quote unquote character that I kind of do on there. Is you get to a point where you're like, oh, everybody's making fun of the Jews now. I need a new avenue. This isn't even fun anymore. It's
yeah,
not like it's what I mean, because every idiot's doing it now, and they're doing it actually very hateful at this point.
oh yeah,
So you're
yeah. I
like,
mean, you know what?
I
There's
don't really want to do this bit anymore.
there's a lot of guys that are like successful now who are just like, just guys who talk in front of a microphone who I don't find particularly entertaining or talented or even good at being like incendiary voices. To
Yeah.
his credit, and this guy is a bad person, he's evil. Nick Fuentes is very entertaining.
Dude.
Nick Fuentes is very good at what he does. He's a very bad person. He
I,
sucks,
yeah.
but he is very funny.
I don't want to call him out, but I realized, like on the last Crowder Boys, Robbie mentioned Nick Fuentes, but he also mentioned going down a handsome truth rabbit hole. I think because I've gone down a handsome truth rabbit hole too. Uh, I think handsome truth is basically you're at the. I mean, maybe Weave is the only person that I could think of that's deeper down the rabbit hole of like it gets to a point where you're so uncomfortable that you're like, all right, this guy has to be a government agent. Like, there's no way that there's a real person like this in the world that's
Oh,
out there
dude,
that's surviving.
I
Uh,
found, dude, you just reminded me. I found an amazing. Sorry, continue because I just remember something quick.
no, it's just one of those things where you're like, you get to a certain point where you're like, well, this guy, like, if you walked around acting like this, like, how could you even have a normal life? And like, Handsome Truth is one of those guys. I don't know if you know who he is, but he basically like a guy in Omegle. He's one of like these really underground guys like on Omegle that like are just hateful. Like they're calling people their slur names to their faces and
Oh,
stuff, and like being like really bad. And it's like, well, I guess the idea is to be so extreme that if they meet you halfway, you've made some progress. But I don't see how it's doing anything. I mean, it's very entertaining, but I don't see how it's helping anybody. Like,
yeah.
you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, yeah. Well, that goes back to what I was saying earlier. Is like I don't. I think there's. I don't know how many people are actually contributing to society or helping in any way. It's just that the current, like the structure we live in, just says like you have to do something that generates income because you have to pay bills and pay taxes. And so there's just like all these different things that exist that you can do, like whether it's a job or it's like streaming or podcasting or being a personality or a talking head political guy. And the reality is like there's not really much left for anyone to actually do, but
yeah,
because there's still everything is still in place that you have to generate income and pay for things. You just have to like you have to do something that makes money. But I don't know like I don't know who's actually doing anything that really is like materially contributing to the betterment of anyone's lives. And like the really tragic thing is like if you do have a job that where you're actually boots on the ground working hard to do anything good for people, it don't fucking pay for shit. So like
yeah,
really what gets rewarded is like all the jobs where you kind of just like don't do anything to help anybody.
dude, I'm
So
doing DeFi full time, right? And basically, I've got it like set up to a point where it's generating more than enough money for me to live. I'm still doing uh, I'm still doing Amazon and a couple of other things, but I
yeah.
could just live off this DeFi account, and it's got me so stressed because I'm like I've turned into the very person I hate. I hate like I do nothing. I'm a decentralized banker basically, and I'm just getting a small fee from millions of transactions.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I guess I'm contributing to taking down the central banks by being part of the new banking system that's decentralized and there's no barriers to entry and all this stuff. So there's that, but really, I'm just Superman in crypto. I'm Superman 3 in crypto, dude. Like it's
Yeah.
just I'm just
Yeah.
making pennies every day, dude, to a point where it's like whatever, but it's
That's
like,
fine. That's fine. You're doing a scheme. It's the scheme economy. So it's like,
well, I mean,
dude,
it
it's like,
technically
dude, it's like,
is an on ramp to DeFi from fiat through Coinbase, but I'm not doing anything. I'm not helping any. Like I guess I'm helping these people, and maybe 30 years from now, the central banking won't exist, and there'll be people like me that. But for the most part, it feels like I'm just getting free money, and I just figured out a glitch, and I'm like, oh, is this what the Jews have been doing like forever, and we're trying to take it away from them? No wonder they're pissed, dude. They're like, fuck that, dude. I figured out a system where every time you swipe a credit card, I get to buy a yacht. So like, you ain't taking that away from me, dude. I don't care
right,
how many babies I have to kill.
dude. Yeah. I mean, it does feel like money and finance and economic, like all of it is. It's getting like we're reaching like some sort of like event horizon for all of just like how finance is.
Yeah.
Because like, dude, all the like traditional modes of finance are like,
Ian finance,
yeah,
traditional finance,
yeah. Well,
D
no, it's,
finance.
they're all so like upside down right now. Like everything is so topsy turvy these days. With there's
Yeah.
tariffs and then there's no tariffs and then there's tariffs. So it's like the whole stock market and everybody's 401ks and all that shit are just up and down on on a whim each day, and everybody's like liquidating and pulling everything out and trying to sit on like commodities like just cash and gold and stuff right now. So it's like decimating, what we're told is like the financial sector, right?
Yeah.
Whereas like Fartcoin is holding up really well.
Yeah, dude. I was just watching a video about that guy that put like $150 into Fartcoin and made 3 million, like the biggest Fartcoin whale.
Yeah.
And like I was just like, all right, money's not real, first of all. So since it's not real, I kind of feel like an incel, right? But with money, because it's like everybody's like, women are turned into the biggest, horiest sluts that'll fucking sleep with everybody, but not me. Like
Right.
somehow they simultaneously become the biggest, horniest sluts that are having gangbangs where you can line up out the door, but you can't get a date. And so it's like, all right, money's not real. Some guy just made 3 million off of Fartcoin.
Yeah.
How come I can't make any money? I got to be able to figure this out.
You know what's funny? And hold on, $2 from Sean from Pittsburgh. Viva Mexico, Viva Yair Rodriguez. Let's fucking go. Thank you.
I need to figure out a box or something to put my phone on so you guys can have a better view.
But yeah, you know what's funny is like I saw Fartcoin. It stayed at over $1 for a long time, and then when the crypto market kind of imploded, Fartcoin dipped real hard down to like 30 or 40 cents. That was like, and I even thought about like, would this be a good buying opportunity? And it was, because you could have, if you had enough.
I'm just not sure if it's the right time for me and my family to get into Fartcoin.
Yeah, that was the thing. But it's like you could have bought it at like 40 cents. You could have put like however much money in at 40 cents, and as of now, you would have doubled your money. So you still could have. There was still an opportunity to make a lot of money on Fartcoin, and it's holding up as like it's holding up as an asset. Like if you're holding it, it could still be like a viable asset. Which is like, yeah, it just makes all of finance look so fucking stupid.
Here is the thing, though. So when people are like, "Oh, this guy made," like, if you get in really early, you could have changed like 140 into like 3 million, and then you look at Fartcoin, it was at 40 cents, right? And you're like, "Oh, it doubled. It's up to $1 now." So people are like, "Oh, if you just put whatever in here, you could retire." Like, yeah, if you had the balls to put $1 million into Fartcoin when it was 40 cents, you would have $2 million right now. So there is a part of it where it's like I've said this in the past. I had a lot of Bitcoin at one point. I had like hundreds of Bitcoin when it was worth almost nothing. And over the years, I sold it. And then when it was 3,500, I went in and I bought a couple more. And when it got up to 20K, I sold it. And I was like, I figured out life. And people are like, because in the moment, it's easy to look back and say, oh, you should have kept all that Bitcoin. But you'll be a crazy person to buy Bitcoin at 3,500. And when it hits 20, to be like, no, I'm not selling any of this.
Right.
So, like, what I should have done different is, like, if I had $1,000 back then, I used to just be like, let it ride and put it all on Bitcoin. Now what I would do is put 1,000 on the blockchain and put like 250 into something and then see which way it went and then put another 250 depending on the direction it went, or pull money out. But anyways, we don't want to turn it into a crypto.
Memes are picking back. Solana is back up. And I put a little bit back into Solana when it was at around 100. And lost some of that on gambling on meme coins, but hey, now that Solana's gone back up, I'm breaking even on my Solana after losing it gambling it's appreciating enough that I am now back to zero on my most recent Solana investment.
I just gave up. I used to like try to explain to people that had money that are still working that I could show them DeFi and get them retired in like a year. And people they aren't excited to hear that. They get angry with you. So now I've
Yeah.
just been quiet about it, but you are somebody that would listen to me or whatever. When you get yourself to a point where you've got some money that you can spend, like you're making income, you're paying all your bills, and you have a little bit of excess money,
Yeah, I'll do the
we
DeFi.
we could I could probably get somebody like Toad who blocked me on Twitter. Toad who called me slurs before he came on the show and after the show that I thought we were joking around. I called him out on something and he just flipped out on me and blocked me. But anyways,
Yeah.
with the money that he claims that he has and the money that he claims that he makes, I reached out to him. I was like, hey, if you want to retire, I can show you how to retire this year. And he basically just said, I fucking doubt it, dude. Leave me alone. So it's like some people just don't like, they want to have a negative outlook of life.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. But I can tell you from my experience that you can, uh, you can invest in these things, and I don't know how long you'll be able to, like how long this will keep up, if this is a gold rush or whatever. But there is avenues between sales and DeFi or whatever where you can pretty much put your life on cruise control. It does take money to make money, though. Like most people are not going to have enough money to put into DeFi that they could live off of it. But it also goes pretty quick. You could like one of the coins that I'm in that I'm generating income from. I don't know what happened, but when Trump said 90 days pause on the tariffs, it went up 35% in 36 hours.
Nice.
So now I'm making the fees off that based on the fact that the pool of money that I put in there, the value of that went up 35%. And so now I'm making a percentage of a higher amount of money, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, I'm banking on I have 2.3 million uh tokens just called China,
China, yeah,
it's a funny meme coin. It's called China, and it's a close up of Donald
with a
Trump.
Y,
No,
with a Y.
China, China, the country.
China, yeah,
Yeah, it's a close up of Donald Trump, his lips as he's saying the word China. As,
yeah,
as
yeah.
the token. So I got into it while I was on Pump Fund before it bonded, and then it went up and did good. It bonded, and then I got rugged. But then today it's been moving, so I think now as there's more talk of China happening, and everything's in the news again. This one might actually garner some get some support from the meme. I don't know. It could go nowhere, dude. It's really stupid investment strategy. But what
Yeah,
was I going? Oh, dude,
I,
I
I could be fucked next month because I'm just started importing from Hong Kong, and the prices have stayed the same, but the shipping has gone down. But like, I don't know, maybe there's going to be 125% tariff on that, and I'm going to be
yeah.
screwed.
By the
So,
way, this the audience here, this chat, and everyone that tuned in hated Toad. They did not like Toad.
oh, really? Well,
Yeah,
Toad hates me and he blocked me, so you guys are in good company.
they did not like, which is funny. It's funny, like because I get where they're coming from. He's a very a very acerbic, abrasive character. It's funny. Like as we were talking to him, the moments when he was like, not doing his rants and talking about the things he hates and all that, when we were just like talking about like music and stuff that we connect with, I was
Yeah.
like, oh, there is like a version of this guy that's like amicable and fun to talk to. We just got
Yeah.
to get it. We just got to like distract him from like Judaism.
Yeah, so you two, I thought you two would get along good because I knew he was into the same types of music and movies, similar to when we had Max on. And so like I thought you guys like kind of hit it off, and I kind of sat in the background.
Oh, I mean, I got along with him, and I enjoyed talking to him about like all that stuff. It's like when he starts getting into all the political stuff and Jews and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Can we just like talk about how cool Primus is? You know,
yeah. Yeah.
but yeah,
Yeah.
the audience here did not like him. They hated that guy.
Well, like, so I used to watch Tower Gang in like, Drama Llama. There was a time when Tim Pool asked Toad to come on the show, right? And it was during the election season, and Toad had set everything up. So he was running as a candidate. He was trying to get on the ballots and stuff, but he had done all the paperwork that he could run for president. So he was an official presidential candidate.
Mm-hmm.
And they were saying this will be hilarious. Go on Tim Pool and do all this stuff. And Toad had something else like he had the Legion of Skanks, I think, show or whatever that he wanted to go to. He was like basically, from what I remember, fuck Tim Pool. I got my own life going on. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
And the Tower Gang guys were like, basically, you're not a team player or whatever. And he's like, I'm not your fucking monkey. I'm not going to just go in Tim Pool because you told me to. So then now Tower Gang was saying negative stuff about Tim Pool. And I went to Toad's thing and I said, you know what, dude? I was on your side with Tim Pool. I'm still on your side. Fuck Tim Pool. And like Tower Gang owes you an apology. Which you would think Toad would be like, yeah. And instead he was like, dude, that's not what happened, dude. He got fucking pissed, dude, started gaslighting me and then blocked me. For taking his side.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys there's so many guys that I see. You know, Kurt Vonnegut said in Mother Night. I can't remember the quote exactly. But he said, be careful what you pretend to be, lest you become that thing you're pretending to be."
Yeah.
Something like that. And, dude, I see that like there's so many fucking dudes who get wrapped up in like the sort of character they're portraying, whether it's like a libertarian. There's so many guys who start off tongue in cheek or maybe kind of ironic about what they're doing, and then they just become sincere over time, where they do become like genuinely vitriolic and angry about like whatever it is that they started out ironically talking about, And I see that happen a lot with these like edgy sort of right leaning libertarian kind of guys, where it's like it seems like they start out being kind of ironic about like the Jews, and then it's like after a while they're like sincerely posting like 14 words, 88 letters. Like they're actually
Yeah, so I think what happens is, and this is not like, oh, I'm super smart and they're super dumb. So again, it might not be IQ, but there is something in an individual's coding. It might just be intelligence or IQ or whatever, that you can look at a statistic and you can see like they're not libertarian. And the reason why is like you should be able to read a statistic, realize, okay, here's a statistical problem. But that's a collective. I'm now meeting an individual. I want to treat this person as an individual. So like I don't hate them. Like get to know them, see what's going on with them, whatever, and treat them as an individual. And some people can't make that. So once they claim to be a libertarian as they look at these stats, so they get into that mindset, they get lost in the statistics instead of like the actual reality of people and what's going on.
Yeah.
So that's why like I've been like moving and hammering towards just ending the war now, because like I was starting to get people that were coming in that were like 1488, and I'm like, no, I want, like, me and Broseph Smith will share, like, have you seen the Japanese girl that does like a live stream and they ask her to do karaoke songs?
That sounds Japanese.
Yeah, well, they gave her the new Kanye song, and so she's singing the new Kanye song where he's like, "I want to ride in not the Rari. I'm riding in the Rari or whatever." and he's
Yeah.
like, all my N words are Nazis and all that stuff, but he's dropping the hard R. But they have her singing it.
Okay.
So I was like, this is just like beautiful art because she's in Japan. She doesn't realize the emotional whatever of these words. But the internet has her singing it and she's getting paid to sing the karaoke. And I'm like, I can watch that as a beautiful piece of art and just say, like, this is globalism. This is global internet.
Yeah.
Without, because she has no hatred in her heart as she's singing these words too, right? Like, so the whole thing is just like a really beautiful thing, kind of like when,
Because a bunch of people on the internet tricked the Japanese lady into saying the N word.
well, but it's Kanye West's like anti-Semitic song about like she sings that stuff all the time. You know what I mean? It's just that
Yeah.
she's singing Kanye's song. I almost felt at first like Kanye paid her to sing it.
Dude,
because it's such a good thing.
I did karaoke one night in one of those like private rooms. Like if you go to like one of these big karaoke bars, you know, they have like the rooms you can rent out for you and your friends. And
Yep.
so it's just me and like a bunch of other white folk in this karaoke room, and I started singing the Kanye Jay-Z classic, the hit,
Yep.
"Fellas in Paris."
Yeah.
Yeah, and because I guess I just thought I was like, well, it's like there's none here, so I'm just gonna go for it.
Dude, it's art. I don't want to. This is Kanye's art, and I don't want to change the art on him. Like, I
Yeah,
don't have his
so
permission to change his art, dude.
when it got to that part in the song when I had to hit the word, I just
Yeah.
sang it, and man, the people I was with were not having that. They were not feeling it, dude. They were very upset with me for doing that. I was like, "Where's that song? There's none here." It's like, well, come on, what are you worried about?
So we had a song called Peacekeeper in my band, and if you can find my band online, I'm on there 4 or 5 times screaming the N-word into a microphone. But it's part of the song. It was called Peacekeeper. It was about the Afghanistan war and the UN soldiers that had gone in there saying that they were peacekeepers, but they were basically genociding and slaughtering people.
Yeah.
And it's also kind of written like a modern day song where it's kind of similar to like a police officer. But in one of the lyrics, it's written from the first person of a racist, angry UN officer who's acting like the world police.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lyric that says, "I'm not a racist behind a trigger, but to me you all look like. And I hate you all equally. The difference is I can't see. Even I have my price." And anyways, and there's like whatever. So I used to go on stage for years and sing that song. And we got bigger and bigger and bigger. And then one day, like, black people started showing up to the shows, and I was like, my buddy's like, "You gonna hit it tonight?" And I was like, "Dude, it's art, dude, and it's punk rock, so they probably won't even hear the lyrics. It's no big deal."
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so I have actually, I have been in the same position
Yeah.
as you. Yeah,
Yeah,
and I'm on the internet doing it right now, dropping hard R's. You can find it if you look hard enough.
Dude, I won't do that, dude. I'll never say the N word again. We have a song request, by the way, we got to get to. This is Nibs requested this. This is a song called "Who's the Mars Blues" by Telemachus.
By the way, did you see this? I'm gonna open one of these.
I had them. Yeah, I tried them. They're good.
You had the orange cream?
Yeah. It tastes like a push pop. It tastes kind of like a.
Oh, so I had the regular Coke Zero Cream, which was really good. These orange creams are not as good.
Yeah, my thing with all the variants on soda, like when any of these like soda companies come out with like a new fun flavor, it's like it's fun to try. Like I'll try it and drink a couple and be like, "Oh, that's good," but it's like it's not something I would. A lot of these like different flavors are just not something I put in my rotation.
No.
I'm like, oh yeah, this 12. I may not even make it through this whole 12-pack. Like this was fun to try, but I got the classics that I go back to. Like I feel like they figured out soda pretty well already. With like
Yeah.
you have Coke, and then you have cherry Coke, you have vanilla Coke, and that's about it. And then with with the lemon lime sodas, you got Sprite.
Dude,
And
I was just gonna say, I made the jump. Coke is probably my favorite of all time, but I can't stop drinking it because it has the caffeine in it. I will drink like a whole 12 pack if I buy it. So I got on these Sprites like crack, dude. And you can drink them late night because there's no caffeine in them,
there's no caffeine.
and you sleep a little bit better. But I don't. They're good enough that I can drink a couple in a day, but not so good that I'm gonna drink 24 of them if they're in the house.
Yeah, dude, I'll tear through like 6 Coke Zeros in a day, easy.
Well, that's why I try to track down these single packs, and I found a bodega guy down that'll buy a 12 pack and open them up for me and sell the rest in his convenience
He
store.
sells you Coke Lucy's?
Yeah, dude, Coke Lucy's, dude, in New Hampshire. Because, like, when I was like, I'm gonna buy these for the show, I went out and I was like, oh, a 24 pack's only $9.99 on sale or whatever. And then I was like, oh, a 12 pack is buy two get one free or whatever. So I was like, I'll get these. These will probably last me a couple of months. I'll do one every Saturday. Maybe I'll do one like, with a burger dinner or whatever. I bought a 24 pack in the house, dude. It was gone in 2 days, dude. I was like, oh, I'm turning into freaking Donald Trump and freaking Warren Buffett, dude.
That's how I am. I'll go load up on Coke Zero. Like, Dollar General has been running a good deal for a while now, where you can get 3 12 packs for $13.
Well,
and so like I have 36 cans of Coke, and it always surprises me when I'm like, I'm out already.
Yeah,
30. I've drank 36 Cokes. And so yeah, there's a problem. I'm making more of an effort to drink more water throughout the day. Like I try to go 1 for 1. If I'm gonna drink Coke, I gotta drink at least 8 ounces of water.
You sound like those two ladies in that clip where they're talking about the sodies, and they're like, "Mom said if you drink a soda, you gotta drink a water," and they're like 600 pounds, and it gets rid of all the sugar.
Dude.
I was drinking. So I have 2 of these. One of them I take to the gym, and I try to drink 2 of these a day. So I was like, why am I drinking 2 of these a day, and I'm still dehydrated, and I'm or whatever. So then I had put salt water in this and poured it into a glass. This looks like a lot of water. This is only 2 glasses of water. So I was like drinking 4 glasses of water in a day, and like working out and running and hiking all this stuff, and being like, oh, why am I still dehydrated and drinking 4 Sprites? So I guess my thing is, drinking like a gallon like they tell you to in a day is a full-time freaking job. I'm trying to drink 4 of these a day, maybe more if I work out. And some days it's like I'm mentally just like, all right, like we got to go do this. We got to go drink some more water, dude. It's a lot of work. I don't understand why they just can't. I guess that's what Coke Zero is.
Yeah.
They're like, this is the closest we can get to tasty water, but the aspartame might be ruining your liver and kidneys.
There is sparkling water. There is like, but I don't like the flavored sparkling waters. I'll just drink like a plain water flavored. But anyway, so this is Cornfed Radio. We gotta get. The next request is from Nibs. This is a song called "Mars Blues" by Telemachus. This is 148.8 Cornfed Radio, WKNIGG. The chirp.
I can't see the comments this week, guys, so. This is too much for me, dude.
Very groovy. This is right up my alley.
No, I don't like this at all. This is unnatural, dude.
I like this.
No, I don't like this at all, dude.
I like that. That was fun.
It hit me very viscerally in a very negative way. It felt unnatural is the best way that I could explain it. I feel like that was definitely 440 hertz, and it felt like the beat was off. It just felt like every time that it should be
Polyrhythm.
rhythm, it was a little bit off, and that was I didn't enjoy that.
Yeah, I don't know enough about music to even try and figure out what's going on with the beat. I was just grooving, dude. If I went into some small business, locally owned coffee shop, and the white boy behind the counter had this on the playlist, I'd be like, oh, this is where I'm gonna, spend the next couple minutes scrolling on my phone. So,
When I lived outside Providence, right, and we were broke, they were big into music. This big band orchestra with this guy that was like in a wheelchair that sang and played the trumpets or whatever. They were like the Providence Performing Arts Center selling like minimum ticket was like $100 up to like $400, but there was this place called Bovie's Tavern, which was a $3 entry fee, and you could only pay cash in East Providence. And I believe it was Monday, maybe Thursday night. A lot of those guys from the big band would go in there and play for free. So you could go to this band for $3 to this dive bar that only took cash and see these guys do like modern big band and jazz music. And it was so good. They would just jam out like all night and play with one another and different things or whatever.
dude,
But they were always on beat. Like that song was all over the place and jazzy, but it was off beat. It was making me uncomfortable.
that's such an interesting phenomenon. It's all over the country. You'll go to like I remember like a few years ago I was at a like a some outdoor seafood restaurant in Pensacola, Florida,
Yeah.
and they had a stage there, and this band goes up, with their good guitar, bass, drums, like a standard quartet kind of rock band or whatever, and they started playing, and it like caught my ear. I was like, "Damn, these motherfuckers are really good. This is like really fun." And they're probably gonna make like a couple $100 that night, or like whatever that restaurant's gonna pay them. And that's like the extent of their music career. Is like they just
Yep.
play live at a bar in Pensacola a couple nights a week. And it's all over the country. You'll see that. You'll go to like some bar that has a live stage, like a stage, and you'll see a band that you're like, these guys are amazing. And during the day they're all baristas or working at the hardware store or whatever. And they just like it's never going to go beyond like playing in
No.
local bars. And it's crazy like how much talent exists and how little of it is actually succeeding or that anyone ever will hear.
Well, that was the exact kind of not the exact opposite, but similar to the opposite. Is these guys that were playing the Performance Arts Center for $400,
Yeah,
and like people would get in suits and stuff to go watch them. We knew where they practiced, and we could go watch them practice. So these guys did make it, but
right.
we were just in this dive bar listening to these. I mean, maybe they're not that rich. I don't know what what they made at the thing. And these guys might have been the backup guys that weren't getting paid much at all. But like, I do hear what you're saying. There's people that just go and like play cover bands every weekend and make like an extra like $1,000 a month to pay their car note. And they're super talented and they'll never get beyond this. But we found a glitch in the matrix where as poor people, we could watch what we thought were rich people entertainment, I guess. Yeah.
What is it? Oh, Kenny. Oh, Kenny T is here. Kenny T.
I can't see. I can only see.
$4.99 request wet leg catch these fists. Merliska Hargate. Oh yeah, happy Passover, everybody. Merliska Hargate on this week's Passover. But we have another request before that though. That we got to get to Little Goblin fella, Daft Punk Touch. Yeah, we're not gonna. I'm not gonna do the whole thing. This is 8.5 minutes, so we'll give this a spin for a little bit. But
I don't have chat tonight, so I can only see when you pull up the super chats.
well, we'll give this a couple minutes. But I don't think we're gonna do all 8.5 minutes on this one.
I think my graphics card. I'm going to take my computer apart tomorrow. I think maybe my capture card went. I feel like I'm being trolled by Sam Hyde already.
Pictures came with touch, painter in my mind. Tell me what you see.
That was a cool
A
transition.
tourist in a dream, a visitor it seems, a half-forgotten song. Where do I belong? Tell me what you see.
This is
I
Willy
need
Wonka.
something more. Kiss, suddenly alive. Happiness arrive. Hunger like a storm. How do I begin? A room within a room. A door behind a door. Touch, where do you lead? I need something more. Tell me what you see. I need something more.
Now I feel like I'm in the lobby at Animal Crossing.
Okay, that's about halfway through. That's probably enough of that. That's an 8.5 minute song, so that is good. You remember when Paul Williams was on Dexter's Laboratory?
No, I didn't watch that. You're a little bit younger than me.
Oh, okay. Well,
I remember it's a cartoon, right? That was like my sister's age. Sorry.
yeah, it was
Yeah.
like one of those. I guess like a one of the integral, pivotal, formative cartoons for the I guess the like millennial generation.
Yeah, it's right when cartoons went to that, like, I don't know if I would call it primitive, but like the art was a little bit more primitive than the detailed stuff I got like in the 70s or 80s. I remember who he was. I remember Dexter. I
Yeah, well,
just
no,
never
the
watched that.
cartoons at that time were all being like written and created by degenerates, like twisted motherfuckers.
Well,
And I think Dexter's. I know that Seth MacFarlane worked on a lot of the Cartoon Network shows. I don't know if he might have worked on Dexter's Lab, but it was like a lot of those like '90s Cartoon Network shows. A lot of those guys went on to create like the big adult animated series that are like very popular today. Because yeah, Seth MacFarlane was like working on everything on Cartoon Network at that time, and look at him now. So yeah, it was, but
yeah.
the shows that were coming out at that time were like, they were being written and developed and created by like guys who were just like right out of college. I think it was like a lot of guys in their 20s right out of college who had like, you know, maybe askew senses of humor, or just sort of like a little, I don't know. So like it was all these cartoons that were very much like focusing mostly on just being silly, but also they would have like it was I guess it was like a sense of humor that could be appreciated by the kid watching it and the adults who had to suffer through it.
Yeah.
Because like cartoons now, I don't know what's going on now, but like I've seen like what kids have now to watch as cartoons, and they're all like morality tales. It's all
I
shit
just
about
want to be chicken jockey.
I mean, Chicken Jockey actually, dude. I mean, that Minecraft movie actually gives me hope because
Yeah.
I've been wondering for the longest time, like, how long are we going to be stuck just being force fed the nostalgia of boomers and Gen X, where it's like, dude, I just saw that they're gonna do like another fucking Goonies and a Gremlins, and it's like, get out of here.
Yeah, yeah.
Stop trying to get these kids to like your shit. Like, let them have
But
something. And it's like the
here's what I don't
Minecraft
understand
movie.
though. There is no Gen X like me that's like redo the Goonies. So like all my friends when they hear there's a Goonies remix, they're like,
No, it's a
no,
sequel.
don't ruin it. Yeah, like don't ruin Goonies. Leave it alone. Make a new movie. So I don't understand like who's pushing this stuff because Gen X doesn't want to see it. We're like, no, make something new. You're ruining something that was good from the past. So I don't know who's like pulling the trigger on. Well, we know Dalton. I'm not going to say, but it's Kanye meme holding the phone.
Oh well,
Yeah.
you can rest assured that with this Minecraft movie being successful is that there's like studios racking their brains like, all right, we got to get a Roblox movie, we got to get a Fortnite movie, we got to do a Balatro. Can we do a movie about solitaire? A Balatro movie?
I went on a Minecraft movie deep dive after watching a few Lemon Party episodes because Ben Avery has been like in uncovering this and getting into it as well. And it's becoming like, you know that it's becoming like a modern Rocky Picture Horror type thing.
Rocky Horror Picture Show. Yeah.
Yeah.
People are interacting with the movie. Yeah.
But it's also because it's kind of great because yes, they had the internet, right? And they had the opening night. But I don't know if they're paid and this was paid to start this build up or whatever, or if it became organic. I like to believe that it's organic, but it seems that a bunch of these kids got together and were like, okay, they're going to take something that we love and they're going to completely fuck it up and turn it into ultimate slop. So we're going to go.
But there's
and
nothing to do with Minecraft. Like the game Minecraft is just an open play place.
Yeah.
You just go in and just fuck around. So it's like anyone that green lights that movie, it's like, well, they gotta figure out how to derive from a game where there's no plot or story or character development.
And so the movie itself is that. It's just meme after meme after meme. And they kind of know that everything from the trailer is in the movie. So they have gone, supposedly, this is what I'm getting into, kind of like the GameStop stock thing where they were like trying to hedge out the people. They're trying to just make this movie seem like it's so good that they keep putting out more and more slop like this until they just like crash the movie industry. Like the idea is to pretend like it's so good to kind of be like, fuck you guys over and destroy.
That's a fun conspiracy theory, but
yeah.
I think this actually will just rejuvenate the movie. Because I mean, you know what? To the movie's credit, the director is like a pretty celebrated, it's Jared Hess.
Yeah, it's Napoleon Dynamite guy.
Napoleon Dynamite, Nacho Libre, and from what I understand, the movie, from what I've heard, as much as the movie is just nothing and nonsense, and like
it's just really meme after meme.
I've heard it's like a fun, charming movie if you're a child who likes Minecraft. Like I like if I went to the theater to watch it, it would just be me trying to be a part of the current moment and just watching a movie I don't enjoy, suffering through it, and then being like, well, I saw it. That would be the only thing I'd get out of it. But you know what? I do like the fact that this like completely nonsense like meme movie is just like shattering every box office record. It is fun that to watch that happen because I guess it's just nice that there's an upset because I'm like sick of all the superhero shit.
Well, I watched a couple of the videos of people that went to go see it that grew up in like that time. And Minecraft's been out for a while now. It's not like
2011, dude.
Yeah, so there's some like 20-something-year-old kids that were doing whatever. And like they were just explaining like, oh, we've gone to see it like 4 times. He's like, my buddy's going to try and sneak in like a chicken this time or whatever so we can release it during Chicken Jockey. and like just all this crazy stuff. So it's turned into the entertainment is more of them going, and they're all pretty self-aware of talk, and they're like, oh, it's a piece of crap. It's like you can't make a movie about Minecraft.
Yeah.
Uh, and so like I don't know, I got the feeling that it's kind of like they're in on the bit from what I went down, but I went down that rabbit hole, which gave me a lot of hope for the kids that they're like sick and tired of this bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe that's not it. So
I'll
I
go
think if
see
you
it.
went with that idea, if you go there, right, and instead of being like, oh, this is going to be a masterpiece, be like, this is going to be the worst piece of slop ever, and I have to bring my own happiness with me.
I like Jason Momoa.
Then that's the whole thing. From what I've heard, what I do feel bad for is, so certain theaters are allowing you to like bring in props and stuff and have fun,
Yeah.
and certain theaters aren't. And the price and the ticket, I guess, is different for many reasons. But I do feel bad if you work at a like as the janitor at a movie theater,
dude.
and you and like kids are literally just buying popcorn, releasing chickens, dude, throwing their soda everywhere during certain parts of scenes, and then they just beat it, dude.
Dude, yeah, just some
It's
high
it's
school
like
kid. Some high school
Yeah.
kid who just walks into Fallujah after the movie. It's just
Yeah,
a
dude.
fucking war zone. You're like, dude, I'm making like $8 an hour. I gotta clean all this shit up. Dude, that's
Yeah, I don't know if it's true or not because it's the internet, but I saw a couple of like TikToks re-uploaded to YouTube where the guy's like, "Yeah, took me 3 hours to clean this theater before the next Minecraft viewing because they just destroyed
that.
it."
You know that job pays so little. You might just be better off just saying like, I'm leaving. You know what?
Yes, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
it's like, oh, where am I gonna find a job that pays $8 an hour? Oh yeah, I don't know, but I'm out of here.
Yeah, because like, so supposedly it's going into the thing, so maybe they have hired people that make more money, and it's going into the ticket prices or whatever to go in and do a deep clean. But that's the person that I feel the worst for. But I don't know, it would be pretty cool. I mean, if it's a political statement, it's pretty cool. Maybe it is a conspiracy theory. I don't know.
Yeah, you might be overthinking the Minecraft movie. I think you should focus on other conspiracy theories like the.
No, it's just the reason it became fun is because, like I said, like Ben Avery has like and on Lemon Party has entered like he was slightly obsessed with it, which changed my algorithm, which brought me down some other kids that were with doing a similar stuff. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so yeah, when I was a kid, and this was not at the time. I don't know. This wasn't really for children at the time because like what 7 or 8, what elementary school age child is going to know who Paul Williams is, even in the 90s? Like who's going to? But Paul Williams had a guest appearance on Dexter's Laboratory,
Okay.
and so I guess that was for all the parents because I remember this episode and I remember at the time just thinking this was like a cartoon character, like this is for the show, but no, it's a real guy. It's Paul Williams. So check this out.
I'm a scientist. I do not create the music.
Oh, but you do. Listen here. With your mathematical and science skill, Dexter, you've mastered the arpeggio.
You are right, Professor. I did. Professor.
Here comes inspiration. When my music meets your science, they're the biggest of the giants, and they'll solve all their problems and throw their troubles away.
This is a good kids cartoon
When you
already.
take the math, next to do, re, mi, fa, so, you can mix them all around and you got some music to play. Tomorrow is a brighter day if we work together. Together we can pave the way, it'll last forever. Just open your heart, unlock that prison deep down in your mind. Step up to your console, create some music, and breathe in the good sunshine. Tomorrow is a brighter day.
If we work together, together we can pave the way.
It'll last forever. Just open your heart, unlock that prison, dig down in your mind. Step up to your console
Make some music
and breathe in the good sunshine. This was fun. Well, Dexter, I guess you don't need me anymore.
Gee, I guess you're right.
See you around, Dexter.
Yeah, see you around. Think Einstein, that's over.
Just so irreverent.
They're teaching kids like Dexter. Now kids like Dick grew up to that are sitting in military bases, hitting, just droning kids out of other countries.
Yeah.
Being a scientist. That's what I was laughing about when he starts hitting the buttons. It's like, yeah, this is drone operators being scientists. Yeah.
But that's a fun little memory for my generation. That's what we're all nostalgic about. And then one day they'll do like a live action Dexter's Lab movie.
Yeah.
And we'll just get to continue this endless cycle of nostalgia and trying to reclaim the past in some way.
So Scooby-Doo was like that for me. So I grew up on the original Scooby-Doo cartoons. And I was like, it was like 70, so it was like pretty cool. Like they put a lot of work into the artwork and stuff.
Yeah.
And then I remember my sister being like, "Oh, I'm watching Scooby-Doo." So I was like, "Oh, cool. Let me watch this with you." And I was like, "What is this?" They ruined Scooby-Doo. And it was all like modern at the time, like the 90s. All the door frames, instead of being like detailed with shadows and stuff, were like crooked and like the bottom was way down here in the tops, and like Shaggy's walking through it, and he's all roughly drawn to the point where there's parts of him that are see-through.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, they ruined with this new type of art. And then they're like, yeah, they're making a live-action Scooby-Doo movie.
Now that movie's good. That's a good movie.
Yeah, so then I watched that, and I was like, okay, this is pretty good. They did a decent job with this. But then as time went on, I was like, let's see how they ruined. Let's see how they ruined this. But anyways, there is part of me that is happy that they brought Thelma and Daphne to a whole new generation, because those are the two female archetypes, like Ginger and Marianne.
Yeah. Betty and Veronica. Well, yeah. Did you watch that Velma show?
No, I did watch the original Gilligan's Island and the original Scooby-Doo, but that's it. I stopped watching Scooby-Doo when Scrappy-Doo started coming on.
So that's so apparently I didn't watch any of it, but Max, I guess, or HBO Max, whatever it's called, they did recently a Velma TV show that I think ran for like a couple seasons and they got canceled. But they made Velma, I guess like Velma's like Indian now or something, because it was like they made her darker and she's voiced by Mindy Kaling. So I guess like
they were like, we just want to bury this in the ground and ruin it.
Yeah, I guess like now Velma's Indian, and then apparently it was like a show. It was like a Velma show, it was like a Scooby-Doo spinoff or whatever, but it's like in the same vein as like I guess like Venture Brothers or any sort of adult animated cartoon where it's like everybody cusses and Fred is gay and very irreverent. And apparently, like one of the mysteries they're trying to solve is like there's some killer that they're trying to track down, and they like come to find out the killer ends up being Scrappy Doo, and so he's like a villain of the show. And like the scene I saw was like bizarre, where it's like Scrappy Doo like going nuts and like tearing people, like biting people and tearing them to shreds.
Yeah.
like killing people, like just, blood and viscera flying everywhere. and I'm just like, this is supposed to be like Scooby Doo. I couldn't understand like what the show was trying to be because I was like, yeah, I don't know who this is net really for. Like,
I have two theories. I have two conspiracy theories, if you'd like to hear. So, you know when Bud Light had Dylan Mulvaney,
yeah,
and there was that big thing? The stock did crash, right? When it crashed, guys like Bill Gates went in and bought a bunch of Budweiser stock. And it has since recovered with Shane Gillis as a thing. I don't know if it's back up to where it was originally, but over time, it does go back up. I wonder, like Michael Jackson's music, Prince's music, when he had all that stuff, or like the families that get money from Scooby Doo. I wonder if the studios are like, let's crash this so their payments are low, buy it from them outright so we stop giving them residuals, then wipe off all this crappy stuff, and then we own the old stuff and it'll eventually go back up, but we'll own it now and make the full money. Because I can't see why they would go into these franchises that are proven that everybody loves and then just absolutely destroy them. And then the other conspiracy theory, maybe it's like the producers, where the guys are so sick of making it that they're like, we have to bomb this, so they stop asking us to make Scooby-Doo movies and Spider-Man movies.
There's some kind of Jewish math happening that I don't get because, like, David Zaslav, the CEO of Warner Brothers, it seems like he's been making every effort to, you know, neutralize to a permanent end the Looney Tunes. Like he's just like making every decision he's making, everything he's doing. It seems like he's trying to like just kill the Looney Tunes, like to just not be a part of Warner Brothers anymore. And I don't, I can't even wrap my head around like why is he doing this? Like what is the what is the Jewish algebra that's happening? It's like why he decided to get rid of the Looney Tunes because it's like you would think that a production company, a studio like Warner Brothers that has just every single Looney Tunes available to them, every character, everything that's ever been made from Looney Tunes, like all of it, that would just be a printing press for the studio to just be like, yeah, everybody wants Looney Tunes. Let's make some like good ass Looney Tunes movies, and everybody will buy a ticket, we'll make a ton of money.
The premise is great, and there's so many avenues if you get some creative people in there to just have endless content.
Yeah, and there's people begging for it. Like,
there's Latino people that are like, give me a new Looney Tune to spray paint on my backpack, dude. I'm dying. I'm dying.
Dude,
I'm dying.
There's a whole new generation of fat bitches that want Tweety Bird t-shirts.
Yeah, dude. They're like, just give me a reason to spray paint a cartoon animal on my backpack, dude, please.
Yeah, man, I don't get it because like they did that Wile E. Coyote movie with Will Forte that was, completed from soup to nuts, completed, filmed, shot, produced, edited, all of it. And then at the end of it, David Zaslav was like, yeah, we'll just do a tax write-off. Nobody will ever see this. And then, like, the people wanted it. Like, everybody online, like, the public has been saying, we actually would really like to see this Wile E. Coyote movie. And to where eventually, this is like a positive conspiracy theory. There's this company that exists now, this studio or some kind of a production company or distributor called Catch Up Entertainment. So that earlier this year, they bought the distribution rights for a Looney Tunes movie called The Day the Earth Blew Up, which is a Porky Pig and Daffy Duck two-hander, as they call it, that everybody seems to really enjoy. Like they bought it and were able to distribute it to theaters, and it made money and everybody loves it, and it's getting good reviews. And then this same company, Catch Up Entertainment, was able to buy the distribution for this Wile E. Coyote movie. So now people are going to be able to see it because of this company. So I've seen like some theories that whatever this company is, Catch Up Entertainment, is like has been created by some benevolent, shadowy figures who just want everyone to be able to keep.
Peter Thiel, somebody like a Peter Thiel guy, who really
Not Peter Thiel, just like
somebody
nice,
really outstanding in the background with a lot of money.
just nice people that lurk in the
I was
shadows.
joking. He's probably one of the most evil people on the
He's very
planet.
evil, and
Yeah.
it should be very suspect that.
That was crazy. That company that you brought up, I didn't even look it up. I just assumed because of the
Oh
evil
yeah,
name
I
that
thought
he.
you
And
knew.
then we did
Yeah,
look it up, and he was. Yeah. No, I
yeah,
just knew because he used to have another company that he was like, yeah, we're gonna name this like Eye of Sauron or whatever, and everybody's like, bro. So he was naming like companies after like
yeah. He's
evil
like a
Big
he's like
Brother
a big
stuff.
Lord of the Rings nerd, and so
Yeah.
like. And I am to some degree. Like I've read the books, I like the movies, but I don't go too deep into it. But when I first saw that company, Palantir, I was like, "Isn't that the fucking in a And this is in one of the movies. I think it's in Two Towers or Return of the King. One of those. I forget which one it happens in, but it's like when they defeat Sauron. When they go back
Yeah.
to the Tower of Isengard and they fuck up Sauron
Yeah.
and
I like Sour Patch Kids.
Sauron Patch Kids are very good. In
It's
fact, I think I
very
got
good.
some over here. I think. Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
I
I got
like the watermelon sour.
I got
The
some right here.
watermelon and the blue raspberry are
Yeah,
good.
I think I got a blue red. I got a little
So when they
white
go
one.
in number two to the
So they go to the Tower of Isengard to fell Saruman,
yeah
and then Mary or Pippin, one of them fucking hobbits, finds this like orb that Saruman had, and he picks it up, and Gandalf was like, "You, Mary, do not fuck with this. Give me that."
it's just they got a scrying orb
Yeah, so it's in so it's Sauron's like evil surveillance orb.
yeah
So then when they're staying at the inn for the night, Gandalf is guarding the Palantir. It's called the Palantir, and then Mary wakes up and he goes over and he sees Gandalf and he thinks Gandalf has got him, but Gandalf just sleeps with his eyes open. So then Mary takes the Palantir, looks into it, and then Sauron is able to get a lock on him and the whole Fellowship.
yeah.
And
He
then
reverse
Gandalf,
scries them yeah.
yeah, Gandalf wakes up and he's like, "Mary, you fucking dumbass! I told you not to fuck with the Palantir." Like
I'm sure
got
you've
my
seen the
got my fucking back acting up. Now we gotta hoof it as it. We gotta go back on the march. I was just trying to get a goddamn couple 6 hours of sleep, and you done fucked up my whole shit, Mary. He says something like that to him.
I've seen. I'm sure you've seen the stuff where people are like, if you take the hobbits out of the movie, like none of the bad stuff happens. Like when they drop the thing down the well, which tells all the evil demons, so they have to run. When they look into the scrying stone, so like if you remove them, they just literally get to the volcano and throw the throw the ring
No,
in. I know there's somebody else that's like, why couldn't they just take the
you
eagles
you
to
fundamentally don't misunderstand all of it. The
yeah.
hobbits and Frodo especially are the only ones that can
They're pure enough that they can carry the ring.
that they can withstand the temptation of the ring, that they can
Yeah.
fight it, that they won't succumb to the. Frodo especially is chosen because it's believed
Yeah.
that he is of I guess an innocent enough or noble enough heart that he will
Yeah.
not succumb to the temptation of the ring.
Well, it took his. I mean, what's his face? Smeagol, and I forget his Hobbit name. It takes him a long time, basically, to get corrupted. Longer than
Well,
normal.
he gets corrupted pretty much right away. He kills his
I
brother
thought he was
Deagle.
a Hobbit as well.
He's a hobbit.
Yeah.
So Smeagol and Deagle were out fishing one day, and Deagle finds the ring, and then Smeagol's like, "Give me that, give me the ring." And Deagle's like, "No, finders keepers." And so then Smeagol, much like the Book of Genesis, brother killing brother, Smeagol kills his brother Deagle. And is like pretty much immediately corrupted by the ring, but
Okay.
because of the power, the ring's power, it grants him what they say in the book and in the movie. They say an unnaturally long life. So over like the next hundreds of years or whatever, he like mutates into the creature that you see, Gollum.
So
Like
when you put the ring on, does time stop maybe in that ether world or whatever?
man, I don't even know what happens in. I don't. I think the book just says like it makes you invisible or something. I don't
But
really
doesn't he get
understand.
stabbed? Doesn't he get stabbed with the ether sword in the other realm when he has the ring on, and it
I don't
still
really
kind of
under. I gotta
hurts
be
him, but he
honest with you.
survives?
I don't
Yeah.
really understand like what the ring is supposed to do because it seems like for
You know what,
Frodo and
Dalton? Chicken jockey.
yeah,
You're just supposed to go to Lord of the Rings and go ether world. That's another one. I forget what it is. Is
because I don't understand like
Netherworld.
I think for Frodo and Bilbo and for them if they put it on, it's just like they get to go invisible. But I
Yeah.
think like if Galadriel were to wear it, or Sauron, the power he has with it, they have like access to some other greater power. Like I don't
Yeah,
know.
they're already worried. Yeah, so I wonder, not to get too far into it, and I haven't seen it in a long time, but like Gandalf, you think that he dies when he falls down when they're escaping that one thing, Gandalf the Grey,
Yeah.
and then he re-arrives as Gandalf the White.
Hmm.
So he proves that he's a lot more. He's not neutral. He's actually good.
Yeah.
Because he makes a sacrifice, I think, is what he does for the good of the group or whatever.
Something like that.
So I wonder what and even he said that he wouldn't be able to withstand the ring.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah. The only like entity that's not tempted by the ring to the point where he just wants nothing to do with any of this is Tom Bombadil. It was not in the movie, but Tom Bombadil is just this like mystery character that they come up on in the book. Who Gandalf is like, yeah, we don't really know what he is. He's been around forever. I don't know what we don't know what Tom's whole deal is, but he puts the ring on and it doesn't do anything for him, and then he just
yeah,
takes it off and throws it back at Frodo, and he's like, "Well, good luck. I don't want nothing to do with this." And so
yeah.
that's about it with Tom Bombadil. And
Tom Baba Damadil, Babalina.
yeah, and Peter Jackson left him out of the movie. I guess because it would throw people off. That it's like, yeah, what? So what is this guy like? Why didn't he do it? Why wouldn't he do this? Like, why wouldn't he help? But I don't even know. There's some
Oh, so I mean, just from what I'm thinking of is right now, it's like, so when you look at I want to say Bilbo, but it's not Bilbo. Yeah, who's the main dude that takes the ring?
Frodo.
Frodo. Yeah. So Frodo takes the ring, but he does have some temptation. This other guy puts the ring on and has no temptation. I think for me, what it says is like, look, like this guy could do it, but he's missing the part of you that would want to save the world. So
Yeah,
it's like he's not even tempted by it, but he won't even be
it does,
bothered
but
to throw it in the thing.
it doesn't even give him any extra powers. Like it does nothing.
What I'm saying though is like the guy that they picked is actually sacrificing something
Right.
because like he could be turned evil, but he's willing to risk it to save the world. The other guy could easily do it, and he's like, I'm just gonna sit around and do nothing. Fuck you guys, I don't care.
Yeah, he's
Type
just chilling in the
mentality.
woods. He's having sex with his girlfriend, having a good time.
Is he a hobbit or is he
No,
just a
they don't
random
know.
dude?
There's no explanation as to what he is. Like even
He's
Gandalf,
Q. He's Q from Star Trek.
he honestly, yes, he is basically Q from Star Trek. Because even Gandalf doesn't really know what he is. Gandalf's just like he's been around here for a while. So like,
Yep.
we have no clue what this guy, what his whole deal is. And Tom Bombadil's all cryptic and speaks in riddles and fucking limericks and poems and shit. So it's like he's being very coy about what his whole deal is, but I guess it's like the theories, I suppose, are if you read the Similarian, is that he's like some kind of god or some fucking thing that's older than everything. I don't know. That's why I'm not deep in Lord of the Rings. It's like I like it because I like swords and magic
Yeah,
and
same.
adventures, But it's
I
like
watched it because it was kind of like D&D, and I like D&D.
the D&D movie's awesome. That's a good movie.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I watched Lord of the Rings before D&D, but I'm saying
Yeah.
like I liked playing actual D&D. I like the D&D music. When World of Warcraft came out, it was like Zelda, which was like my favorite game, and D&D together. I was like, oh, they finally made like my childhood. I just played. My buddy got World of Warcraft before me, and I just played his character. And he was like, "Are you going home, dude?" And I was like, "Do you mind if I keep staying?" He used to he was an EMT dude. He would go to bed, sleep, wake up, and go like rescue people. I would still be in his house.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I think I gotta buy World of Warcraft for myself, dude.
Yeah.
But really good game.
That Dungeons and Dragons movie that came out a couple years ago with Chris Pine and Michelle Rodriguez and
Yeah,
that
really good.
that light skinned fellow. I thought
Yeah.
that was a surprisingly like really good movie. Like it was better than anything I could have expected. I was like, this isn't just good for a D&D movie. This is like a good movie. This is really
Yeah.
fun.
It reminded me of, and Robbie brought this up on the Crowd of Boys when he said the Scorpion King. Remember that genre of like the Scorpion King, the Mummy, like that
Yeah,
kind of area?
action adventure.
Yeah, action adventure with like not super goofy, but like there's enough lighthearted in it that it's
Yes.
like fun, but enough seriousness that you're like whatever, but it's not fake.
Yeah.
And the special effects like weren't great, but also at the same time, um, was the giant like white polar bear creature in the D&D movie?
I don't know.
Remember like one of them?
You're thinking of the Golden Compass.
Oh yeah, when they can change into different things. But there was some like special effects that's like they did a really good job on these special effects. It's just enough in this world to be like it's not taking me out of the movie, but it's also not like some movies they just go overboard and everything is CGI and like it takes you out of the movie. So yeah, so however they used their budget, they did a good job. They did a good job on it. Like even in the Mad Max movies, there's a couple of scenes where the CGI takes me out of it. One of them is when who's the guys that huff the paint?
The War Boys.
Yeah, so when they first come to that citadel and they come into those war boys and they're trying to figure out which.
Are you talking about Furiosa?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
When
I think Furiosa used more CG than Fury Road because Fury Road. There are some moments in Furiosa where it's noticeable that it's CGI. Fury Road, I think.
it was the one where they get there and the one guy commits like they're trying to show his allegiance and show them that they're about to, and he jumps onto the thing. Yeah, he jumps onto the thing, he goes down and then he explodes or whatever. And I was like, I don't know, it looked cool, but when they backed out and they're trying to show so much of the scene, it for me it pulled my mind out of the movie and it was like it looked like special effects. And when it's 2024, which was different too, because I also watched around the same time frame. I watched the new Planet of the Apes movie, where you're literally watching like apes have human mannerisms and talk, and the special effects didn't pull me out of the movie in that.
Atlanta.
Dun, dun, no, that was a good movie, but there is so many times in it. The only thing that was pulling me out of it was me and my mind being being racist.
I mean,
like in certain situations.
Chappelle did call that years ago when he was on Conan when the Tim Burton Planet of the Apes came out. and he made that joke where he was like, "Come on, man."
Yeah.
He was like, they got a monkey smoking a Newport. I was,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah. There is a couple of parts like that, and so then they have to have like I was just looking back. So the characters are pretty much all white in the movie too, but they give them like a dirtiness to their body, like because it's like sweaty and low tech and like steampunk, that they have a dark, like tan, dirty skin. So they're
yeah,
not black, but they're white people that have darkened down. And I'm like, are they doing this so that it's like they're trying to be like, this universe is a colorless universe. Like this is a skin color.
you
So
talking
it
about
can get
you
away
talking
with
about Furiosa?
no. I'm talking about Planet of the Apes.
Oh,
Like when they
the
have the
humans
humans
in it.
interact, do they make all the humans white but dirty, like from steampunk and like no cleaning, whatever, and like it's this post-apocalyptic thing because they're trying to make it like, oh, this is post-race. Like we don't even know the race of these people, and these people have nothing to do with. So
Yeah,
stop making those comparisons. Basically, did you ever see Blight with Will
you
Smith?
mean Bright?
Right, yeah,
Yes, I love Bright. That was
loved
awesome.
it. But same type of thing where they give you Will Smith, so they're like, we do have races in this world, and then they're like, the ogres are being suppressed, and so you're kind of like, all right, well, I see the parallels.
That
And then
that was like that's where the if you think about it for a second, that movie like doesn't make any sense because it's like, okay, so in this world, did they also have like racism? Like, you know what I
yeah,
mean? It's like a world where
well,
like, or it's like if you were
yeah,
in
yeah.
like if you were in like Montgomery, Alabama in the 50s, did were the cops like you orcs better not let the sun set on your back in this town?
So when I watched it, I did think that, but also I was like, all right, if the orcs are supposed to be the black people, and the elves are supposed to be the Jews, it's like, is Will Smith like the white dude in this movie, even though he's
That's
technically
what
black?
I know what you mean. Like when I
Yeah,
watched the movie, I was like, so this is like a whole other alternate history where I get presumably for all of human history, there's been peace amongst the human races, but then but then they still get to channel the inherent human desire to be racist toward like orcs and fairies and elves, to where
yeah,
you had like that movie's version of Jim Crow was just like you know I guess like the fairies had their own water fountain.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And then they don't, and maybe I'd have to watch it again because I really liked it. They don't address it like is this futuristic? It was futuristic, but was like is this futuristic? Like these guys are aliens, and they're coming here too, and there's like a new lineage of the hierarchy of races, and I mean, like, so a lot of the movie, you're like, okay, so Will Smith is a black dude.
It's Dave. Hold
His
on.
ancestors were presumably treated poorly because of racism, so he feels for the orcs, and he doesn't want to treat the orcs like his ancestors were treated.
Right.
So like, so you start getting into that and like cheering it on. But then, like you said, then once you go up the hierarchy and start thinking about it, you're like, okay, none of this other hierarchy starts making sense. Then if that's the thing,
I think it bears you know I think it needs to be said. It is a very stupid movie, and
yeah, it's a lot of fun.
it's kind of a bad movie. I took it for what it was when I watched it. I said this is really fucking dumb, but I'm
Yeah,
enjoying this. But it is bad.
but the elves were the Jews. But just so everybody
Yeah,
knows, if you watch the movie, the elves are the Jews.
yeah.
They're trying to enslave everybody with a magic wand, and the orcs were the black people. But Will Smith's also in it. He's not an orc.
Will Smith is also black,
Yeah.
and then it's one of the rare movies that has a Joe Rogan appearance where Will Smith's house, his wife is in the kitchen watching something on her laptop, and the reveal is like what she's watching is the latest episode of the Joe Rogan Experience, where he's interviewing an orc that works for the LAPD or something.
Yeah, so it's like this parallel universe, but they don't tell you like if aliens have come to the planet and these are like aliens, or it's a different timeline
No, I think
with more.
it's established that it's some mystical, magical Earth, like similar to like Lord of the Rings or whatever. But it's just like it exists like in like today times, like it's a
Yeah,
like it's,
I really
it's
like the
Earth.
premise, and I could see like if you got some good writers, like I could have seen that being a really good movie because I liked the framework. I could
Yeah,
see what
I
they were
get it.
trying to do. I could see what they were trying to do,
It's
I
a
guess.
fun idea where it's like, what if you had all
Yeah.
the magical, mystical creatures like orcs and elves and shit, but they had like 9mm pistols and computers.
But they also had magic wands.
Which, by the way, there is a movie that does this idea much better, and it's called it was that Pixar movie. Fuck. What was that movie called? It was the
Toy
movie.
Story?
No, shit, man. It's the one where the dad they have to take the dad's legs on an adventure. And
I've never. I don't. The only Pixar movies that I've seen is Toy Story 1 and maybe Up. Is Up a Pixar movie?
Let me see. What was the name of this movie? Onward.
Never heard of it.
It was Onward. Dude, it was pretty good. It was basically like.
So we're talking. Oh, forget it. I won't make this joke about Will Smith.
So it was a movie. It was a movie where it was like a world of magic and creatures and shit. That where at some point in this world, somebody does discover electricity, and they start to develop.
I remember this.
Yeah, they start to develop technologically, and they realize that like this is a lot better than trying to fucking figure out magic. So like everybody just like forgets how to do magic. So it's like all these creatures like fucking orcs and goat legs and like whatever fairies and elves and stuff, but they all just have like they drive in cars and ride motorcycles and vans, and basically like they know that at some point magic might have existed, but nobody knows it anymore. Like it's not a thing anymore, and everybody just uses electricity. And so
what's crazy about this movie is I'm looking. It's got Tom Holland in it, Chris Pratt, Julia Louis-Dreyfus, like star-studded. And the reason I remember this is because I thought Ali Wong was in it.
I'm telling
you,
it's a good movie because this kid is like trying to figure out a spell, but it's like I guess it's like forbidden or something. Like you're not allowed to do spells, but his dad is dead, right? So he's trying to figure out a spell, and then he does the spell and fucks it up, and so the spell is like to be able to bring his dad back for like a day, but he fucks it up and it brings back just his dad's legs.
Yeah,
so it's just a half of his dad. So now him and his brother got to go on some adventure to figure out how to like complete the spell, so they get to hang out with their dad one last time. And it's a beautiful movie. It's very sad, but also very hopeful and optimistic. It's everything as Pixar is.
So this is different than like a John Denver song to me. So I can watch movies like this that like are fun and adventurous, have a lesson. But I will say, so during like a whole John Denver song, I will start to feel goth and sad with my life. So I'm like, I just want to turn this off. During this movie, I would probably enjoy the whole thing beginning to end. And then at the end of it, I would feel like extremely reflective and melancholy on my whole existence. And it'd take me like an hour to come down or to get back up after watching it.
When Pixar still made good movies, that was what they were good at, is like tricking you into reflecting on your own life and bettering yourself. Which is like now they're just making like sequels or just shitty. Pixar is like really declining quality, but this was one of the recent good ones. Was Onward. I remember it was really good. We have a couple song requests we gotta get to.
Yeah,
He's reminding
I
me.
can't. Yeah, so guys, remember, I'm on my phone. Obviously, you can see with my headset on. I can't see chats tonight, so
Yeah, there's a Kenny requested. This is Wet Leg. Catch these fists. It's Cornfed Radio 148.8. I gotta go to bed soon. But anyway, let's watch this. Let's
this would be a good night to shut it down early because of my
early.
technical
It's been
difficulties.
3 hours.
Yeah, but I did like that. I like the beginning and the middle, like chorus, where it's got a like an analog kind of sound with the staticky in it, the tinny statically where they recorded it.
I like that song. That was good.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Was that a transgendered lady
I don't
that was the lead
know.
singer?
She was kind of cute though. Like if she is trans,
I can't see on my phone. It's too small. Nothing.
I would suck her balls.
They were talking about that on Skanks this week, where Lewis said he encountered a very large clitoris one time, like very large, like it was. And he was down there, and he's like, "Well, I guess I'm down here, so I'm sucking on this." And he's like, might have been a trans person. I don't know. But really, I guess what is the difference between a really tiny penis and a giant clit?
Yeah. Well, no. If when it's a beautiful trans woman, it's like the bigger the better. You know, give me the hog.
What are you gonna do with that, dude? Are you all right? So, all right. This is how we ended the show last week, too. Like, I don't know. Like, are you like if you? So Ian Finance had talked about this for a while that he would date these trans women, and then they would do like oral stuff because they're like, you know, they both have penises. And they said eventually he felt selfish, so then he started taking penis in the butt. So are you willing to also be a catcher and pitcher if you start dating a trans lady?
You know, we'll see where we'll see where the night takes us. We'll see what the vibe feels like.
I don't see how that would feel comfortable. I think it would feel uncomfortable.
I think she's just Welsh, dude. I think it's just a Welsh lady.
I like the music, so it doesn't matter. I just nowadays it doesn't matter. I just can't see on my screen or whatever what was going on with all the artsy stuff. So I didn't know what was going on.
$5 from Robbie Sturgis, and can we do a deeper investigation what this lady looks like in real life? Yeah, I mean they're not famous. I don't know how if they're famous enough for me to even find like pictures of them.
What's the name of that band?
Wet Leg. I mean, no, they seem like they're pretty well known. Maybe.
I bet you we can find an IG.
Yeah, this is she's not trans. Look at this. Here, I found them.
I found an IG here.
Yeah,
I'm not signed in.
This is just what British people look like.
She kind of looks like Gwyneth Paltrow if she had a son.
She kind of looks like the one that we thought was trans looks like another woman who looks maybe trans. The Chapo Amber. Have you ever seen that lady?
Are you sure this isn't Elon Musk's son?
Which son?
Oh, I'm sorry, his daughter, his only daughter.
Yeah. I don't know. No, this is just no, dude. This lady looks like. Have you? Because there is like a. She looks.
All right, I got Instagram pulled up. She's very British.
Yeah, she's just British.
The first one's kind of scary. Oh, she's got the nails. She's trying to be scary.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me look here at the second one here with the hot water bottle and a worm. So, yeah, they're quirky.
Yeah, they're quirky. Yeah. I think she's cute.
This guy that's in the band kind of looks like a short. What's the guys there? Fuentes, not Nick. The other Fuentes.
I don't know.
The guy from Twitter.
Oh, Jake?
Yeah, Jake Fuentes. One of the band members looks like Jake Fuentes if you
Yeah,
go
Jake
through
Fuentes, yeah.
a short Jake Fuentes. Yeah, I like this. I like this. This band. They were good. I could see myself listen to them again.
We have one last request from Gimp Gladly. Forbidden Zone alphabet song. Folks, this is Corporate Radio 148.8 WKNIGG, the NIG.
Chirp, chirp,
Chirp.
chirp, chirp.
I guess this is it. I don't know what it is I'm supposed to be playing. I guess.
Man, I think I'm gonna have to buy. I'll do some work tomorrow. I'm gonna take my computer apart. I think my capture card went, so I have to buy a new capture card for next week. Is this another British woman?
Yeah, that's just what that's what British do look like.
This is definitely British improv. It's a fever dream, dude.
She is gay, 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 gay guy, kicking go, goo goo goo, oh, man, gay guy. Shut up.
Are the black people gonna do the end?
This is scary. This is scary.
The best part about this is they did auditions for this. They had a budget and they did auditions.
Yeah, this is a whole production.
LMN. A gun and a knife on the clock, dude. What is going on? The USAID definitely funded this, dude.
Yeah, this is an MK Ultra experiment.
This is what Gen Z thinks Kids in the Hall was.
If you're too scared to help me rescue Renee and Frenchie, I'm gonna have to get that kosher fart grandfather of mine to help me.
Yeah, but Miss Feldman will never let you out of class this early.
Oh, yeah?
I didn't understand. Whoops.
Who's
My vaporwave playlist.
Who recommended that? That is a fever dream, dude.
Gimp Gladly, yeah. I don't know what that, dude. That was scary.
That somebody was sleeping. They had a fever dream. They slept with a notepad next to their bed. They wrote it down really quickly, and then they went on Craigslist and started getting people from Improv Troops to film this video. Because that was insane. Oh, that was insane. The only thing that gave me a similar feeling to that is when you showed me the Robbie Williams music video. Obviously, it was a lot more intense with the Robbie Williams.
Yeah. Yeah, that was scary. Dude, the first comment on that video is for some reason, this is how I imagine hell.
I watched a couple of episodes on YouTube of Whose Line Is It Next? Or anyways,
whose line is it? Who's next in line?
Who's next in line? Who's next in line? Not after Drew Carey, when Aisha Tomlinson or Taylor or whatever her name is.
Aisha Tyler, yeah.
I used to really like her. Um, and then when she did the show, I was like, I hope she doesn't ruin her career doing this or whatever. But I watched a couple episodes of that, and I was like, these are like the only people in the whole world that should do improv. Everybody after they're done with it, in Brady's done with it, no more improv. Because have you ever seen an improv troupe that's done anything better than them, even close?
And whose line? No.
Those are obviously like the best of the best.
No, it's usually just like people who start in improv go on to do something else where they find success, like Tina Fey or Stephen Colbert or whoever. But no,
Yeah.
there's no like improv troupe. There's like the Sonic guys, which really the funny thing about the Sonic guys, only one of those guys is actually from the actual improv troupe. It's this troupe called is a duo, it's TJ and Dave. And so the Sonic guys commercial, the one of the guys is TJ, the actual guy
Yeah.
from the improv thing, and the other guy is just an actor they found that kind of looks like Dave, because Dave from TJ and Dave had too much, I guess, improv artistic integrity to be in a Sonic commercial. Like, and this is something I guess this is something like a lot of people don't even know or care about. Like, who would even look at the Sonic guys and be like, think about who they are even. But yeah, I guess the Sonic guys are based on the improv duo TJ and Dave. Only
The
one of
Sonic
them,
commercials for the fast food restaurant.
yes, the Sonic guys, the two guys in the car.
All right, I'm just double checking. That's what I thought
Yeah,
originally,
so
but the
one
more you
of
kept
the Son-
talking, I thought that I was being crazy.
one of the Sonic guys is the actual TJ from TJ and Dave.
Yeah.
The other Sonic guy looks like Dave, but it's not actually Dave, because Dave from TJ and Dave did not want to, I guess, like sully his artistic integrity by being in Sonic commercials.
So how do you?
Improviser.
So you have a 2-man. Imagine having a 2-man improv group, right? And you're like, "Hey, dude, we finally got a commercial." It's like, "Yeah, dude, I'm not in."
Yeah,
So you're
I'm
like,
not
"You
gonna
sure, dude?
spell out. Yeah,
We gotta do a couple A&W root beer things, the slushy hot dog thing." He's like,
yeah,
"No, I'm not in." So then Saturday night comes along, and you have to show up to do improv with that guy after he's like
yeah.
decided to do
So
commercials.
from what I heard, from what I've heard from like this is people who are in the improv.
Yeah,
I've heard that duo, the actual improv duo, TJ and Dave, are like some of the, one of the more successful improv duos. Like they tour the
yeah,
country and do. I've never seen where they perform or what they're doing, but
yeah.
they got to be, one of them got to be one of the Sonic guys.
I think the only thing I could think of that might come close is like Todd Berry, um, Big J, and then the guy from 30 Rock there with the long hair there. They
Oh,
used to wear the trucker hats. Julia.
Julia.
Yeah, yeah, so like I mean when I think of crowd work, those are pretty much the guys I think of. Um, so it's like I guess crowd work is kind of just improv if you do it like because they have jump off points. You know what I mean? So even like once you've been doing improv long enough or whatever, you kind of learn the zip zap of your buddy or your buddies, and you have jump off points. So they're probably doing, like if you're playing music or jazz, like they're playing off one another, and it looks like they're doing more than they probably are. They're probably kind of repeating some stuff
I don't know.
because they've been doing it so long.
I did take a couple levels of improv, and it's pretty gay because it's
Yeah.
like you go out with you and he's like, we get a one word suggestion, and then
Yeah.
somebody in the audience says dog, and then they go, okay, dog, when the lights come up, and then the lights go down, the lights come up, and then somebody comes out on stage. And so, like, truly what they teach you in these improv classes is they teach you something called A to C thinking, where it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, they said dog, but you're supposed to, when you come out to start the scene, like in your mind, you've gone dog, leash, and I'm trying to figure out how to describe it. Like somebody would say dog, and then you would go, okay, dog plays fetch, and it's a stick. So I'm coming
Yeah.
out, and so when I come out on stage, I'm going to start the scene with something about a stick, because in my
Yeah.
mind, I've imagined a dog playing fetch to fetch a stick, and then the audience is going to go, "Where the fuck is the dog?"
Yeah.
Then you, as the improviser, goes, "Ha ha ha! You don't you don't even understand the dots I've connected that you don't know about."
Yeah.
That the reason this scene started off with me pretending that I'm holding a stick that I'm pretending is a sword is because a dog would play fetch with a stick.
Duh. Gotcha. Yeah. You know
So,
what? So I remember you telling a
that's the
story.
art of improv.
I remember you telling a story about how your improv teacher would get upset if you guys were funny. You tried to be funny.
Yeah, they don't
And
like it. They don't like it if you try to be funny or go for the joke. They want you to like try to find the truth or some. I don't know, the honesty. I don't know, dude. It sucks, man. It just fucking blows, and it's a scam, man. Because it's like these motherfuckers are not professional improv. Like it's not like they're making their living doing it.
yeah,
It's somebody who like you have an improv place in your town, right? You got like some fucking place that says it's an improv house, and then they that place sells classes for improv. So they have
yeah.
like whoever starts there is the improv teachers, and they sell these classes, and then somebody, people come through and spend thousands of dollars to go through all 5 or 6 levels of this improv class, and then those people will become the next teachers. Like they'll
Can
become
I?
the new and so but at no point is anybody teaching this shit actually working in that field.
I
They
was gonna
work
say
as like attorneys, and then they go teach an improv class.
I've known a couple of people that were like my yoga instructor was one that was in an improv troupe, and one of the best things about like people probably look at me and they're like, oh, he's crash. A lot of people don't like him. He's like he makes people feel uncomfortable. The great thing about being me, one of the few benefits is when somebody is trying to do a bringer show in an improv class, I can say, yeah, I'm not interested in going to your improv class. And they expect that from me. They expect me to be a complete asshole. But every time I've even come close to going in improv is they're all bringers. So they're
Yeah.
like,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm
It's
in an improv. My troupe's doing something on Saturday. Do you and a couple of your friends want to come to improv? And I'll just be like, no, not even close. You'll never see me. Never gonna get me. Yeah.
yeah, no.
Literally,
It's always a bringer. It's always like,
yeah.
oh, I'm great. My level 1 graduation show, and it's just a bunch of coworkers and friends that feel obligated to go to this piece of shit.
You would have to be like Sydney Sweeney or Jenna Ortega to
Oh well,
get me to go see your improv show.
that's probably the biggest motivator for improv is like it's a lot of people trying to get some pussy, and
Yeah.
it works for them. They do get like I do. It never worked for me because I guess I'm too fat and ugly. But I did see like a lot of like people met each other and fell in love and got married through like the improv club in Dallas. Like
Yeah.
there was a lot of people were just like having casual relationships, definitely sucking and fucking, and this guy would fuck this lady, they break up, and then now he's fucking somebody else, and it's creating tension amongst the improvisers. But then I saw like a lot of people just like end up getting married. I was like, well, I guess it's worth it
Yeah. Those
if you
people must
found
be so annoying. They play like ukuleles together at
man.
their wedding.
Yeah, there's some of that, but I remember going to the improv club in Dallas because it was a club. Now I don't know what it is now, but at the time it was called the Dallas Comedy House. So they
Yeah.
would also do stand up there. So I was going there to do, like for stand up, but it was
That's
mainly for
yeah.
improv.
I'm just
And
picturing a sketch with Robbie dressed up as a skinny AIDS patient as Matthew
yeah,
McConaughey, Dallas Buyers improv class.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
it's
how would
kind of
that
like
go?
that. Yeah,
How would that
you
go?
would go there to get your AZ. You would go there to do improv and get your AZT prescription.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, there were some cuties, dude. There were some like really pretty women that would come through there that I was always like,
Theater chicks are hot.
I would try to ask them out, and just like no, but none of them ever wanted to go out with.
Yeah.
I was getting rejected at every turn by every one of them. So I was like, well, fuck this place. I don't even want to be here anyway. I was just hoping that hoping a girl would give me hugs and kisses, and they're all telling me to fucking pound sand. And it's like, I'm done with it. I'm not spending no more fucking money here. I'm not taking any more of these dumbass classes. I'm funnier than all y'all naturally. I can improvise with the best of them already.
Yeah.
I ain't got to pay you to tell me how to riff bitch with my friends. I've been doing that since middle school.
So when I was like super depressed and like trying to get out of my depression, I joined hot yoga and got a membership, and it was pretty expensive, and I was doing it pretty religiously, and I was feeling better and better, and it was helping me get back to a happy place, and like it gave me routine and all this stuff, and it gave me some like something to look forward to, and I was meeting good and nice people, and like all these women were constantly like coming up to me to talk to me after class and all this stuff. So then, but at the time, like I wasn't even thinking about a relationship because I was just trying not to kill myself. And so a couple of years went by, and I was like, oh, dude, I can't find a girlfriend. I know I'm going to sign up for yoga. There was so many hot chicks talking to me when I was at those yoga classes all the time. So I'm going to go back to hot yoga. But when I went back to hot yoga with the hungry personality, dude, I could not, no one would talk to me, dude. I was in better shape. I was better place in my life. I was happy, and I couldn't even sniff a pussy, let alone get a girl to go out with me. So it's like there's something that happens when you're completely unaware and uninterested in women, like I was when I was going for myself,
I would love to
that they throw themselves at you. But then when you're interested in them and you're like, okay, I think I'm ready for a relationship. Let me go out and try to get to know people. They want nothing to do. They want nothing to do with you.
Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of those weird things about life, just in general. Yeah.
It would be cool if I could sniff a pussy soon. I would like that. That'd be cool.
You can, dude. Like I was half joking when I was advertising the show today or whatever, but I was like half truth. It's like when I look at Tim Dillon and then I look at Ray Kump and then I look at you, I'm like, if Ray Kump and freaking Tim Dillon can be successful, have a wife or a boyfriend, and like do this industry, there's no reason that Dalton can't be at that level. I know you were not going to be on like Rogan because you probably maybe you would sell out at that point and go on Rogan.
I would love to sell out, dude. That's the fun, dude. That's the thing with all these guys is like I see them getting so like worked up and emotional about whatever the fuck it is they think they care about, like this Dave Smith thing that just happened, and I'm like,
yeah.
At the end of the day, you and that other guy and Rogan, all y'all just end up making more money. So it's like that's the only real conviction I think anyone ends up having is like, I want more money. Like these, it's that's the only real like driving principle of like most of these people is just like, underlying everything they do is just like, yeah, I'm going to get more money if I do this. So,
well, being in the libertarian movement for a long time, like all the political stuff, I don't really pay attention to, but all the philosophical stuff that I know Dave knows as well from reading and seeing him early on, him and I share, So like as far as like the free markets and no voting and no government and no war and voluntarily funding militias and all this stuff. And as time goes on, you see a bunch of guys stick to only their principles and no politics. And they're doing nothing. So like Dave is dipped his toes into politics with that anarcho-capitalist background. It's like, well, politics pays. So it's like he has a family and has kids, and he gets to do about like 20% libertarian stuff and has to do 80% politics.
Yeah.
But he's doing pretty well for himself. So it's like,
well, yeah, it gets the people worked
is
up.
It worth getting that 20% of libertarianism out there to have debates with
because it gets
like
people
with
riled
guys.
up. It's very provocative. Like it grabs people's attention, and it
Yeah.
also is like it doesn't like becoming like a political professional political opinion haver. It doesn't require you to necessarily like labor over any sort of work, like any sort
Yep.
of piece. It's just like you just have to like glance at headlines and then form like opinions and then just be very expressive in the way you present yourself when you talk about them. But it's
Yeah.
it's not the same as like if you're gonna try and like write a book or craft like some fucking thing. It's it's not as viable as just like getting very emotional and having opinions, and that's
I,
where the
I
money
was
is.
I was just dying laughing because like so Dave Smith goes on Rogan to debate this guy Douglas, right? I had never heard of him before in my entire life, but I guess a lot of my libertarian friends were like, "Oh, I like this guy. You should give him a chance." Right? So I guess he's like a right-leaning libertarian, maybe a conservative. I have no idea. So the
Oh
fact
my
that the two of
god!
them,
Hold on, wait a second. What the hell? Uh, is it?
Farcoins at $10 each.
No, my condolences to the bone grinder. She says her dad passed.
Oh,
Oh, I'm
it sounds
sorry
like we
about
need a
that.
prayer. We need a prayer.
Yeah, I suppose when we wrap it up here, we
All
could
right.
pray for
Well, we're sorry to hear that. It was tough when my father passed. It made me reflect on a lot of uh, my morality based, not morality, that I'm not immortal, that I'm going to die at some point. My
mortality,
immortality. Yeah.
Mortal Kombat.
I was going to say what was funny for me is Dave Smith on Joe Rogan doing this interview or whatever, and then Twitter goes wild, and then you see people like what's her name, that Wonder Woman there, Gal Gavant or whatever, the Israeli lady.
Gal Gadot, Gadot,
Yeah.
whatever.
So she like retweets it and she's like, these, like the Israeli people, blah, 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 and Dave Smith. And then the first comment I see is Luis Gomez like saying, shut the fuck up, bitch. You're a dumb
Oh
cunt.
yeah,
And so it's just hilarious that like Dave Smith is like on top of like the political
it's a
world right
circus.
now with this one debate that he did. And this huge like Israeli movie star is like commenting on it like within this political circle, and the first comment I see is Dave Smith's best friend from Legion of Skanks
Well,
telling her to
my
go suck a cock.
yeah,
It's just like it's so beautiful. It's kind of like bringing the internet back to what it used to be.
yeah. Well, my belief, and I suppose this is a conspiracy theory, is that Dave and Joe Rogan and a lot of people, but those two guys and those kinds of guys are you know perhaps controlled opposition, unwitting stooges of Israeli
Yeah,
intelligence.
yeah.
Because, dude, I found an amazing schizo thread on Twitter today that just went. It was like so. It was like a ton of different like a multiple post thread
But
on
before you
Twitter.
go on, if Mossad is listening, me and Dalton both have crypto wallets. If you guys want to make us unwitting fools in your plan to defeat the world, like you can start sending us some money to direct us in the wrong direction.
Yes, please. Yeah, hit the super.
Yeah.
But I found this amazing schizo thread on Twitter posted by a fellow by the name of Low Key Online, and it says Joe Rogan's.
Is his avatar got the yellow stuck up here?
No,
It's a cartoon character with yellow stick. Okay.
no. And it says
Okay.
Joe Rogan's podcast is sponsored by ExpressVPN. The sole owner of ExpressVPN is Cape Technologies, founded by Israeli billionaire Teddy Sagi. Sagi
Okay.
donated $3 million to Israeli soldiers and gave $250,000 to transport Israeli military during the genocide in Gaza. So I'm all on board with this conspiracy theory that Joe Rogan is an unwitting stooge of Israeli intelligence and is unknowingly in the pocket of Israel, and
Yeah.
and they just want him to be able to keep doing what he's doing and disseminating
Well,
his podcast because it's controlled opposition. It's a tactic
pull
that was
the
used. Do what?
pull the thread a little bit further. He works for the UFC with Dana White,
Oh,
and
Saudi
the big
Arabia.
and well, even past that, if you look into some of the huge donors there and where the money goes, it's Israeli money that runs in has donated into the UFC. And Rogan, out of nowhere, was given an opportunity to be their announcer before he was making any money somehow when UFC was about to crumble, and now it's on top of the world.
Yeah.
So
So Joe Rogan might be one of the most powerful Israeli assets that he doesn't even know that he is.
same with Dana White, although he
Dude,
does know because he's been telling Bryce what's his face to be quiet.
Yeah, this was a tactic employed by Putin. One of Putin's top advisors years and years ago would fund both sides. So they would fund like the supporters for
Yeah,
Putin, but then also the opposition. So that it would create this constant state of hysteria and confusion amongst the public.
it's Coke and Pepsi. They
Yeah,
love each other.
yeah. So
Yeah,
ultimately, while everyone is just like squabbling and beefing with each other, and in this kind of manic state, the whole time Putin can just like do whatever he wants to do and ascend in power, and
yeah,
so it's like that. There's no way that hasn't stopped. So it's like that's definitely still happening here. It's just like in what way is it happening? We don't know, and like to what degree. We don't know where
yeah.
the money is coming from or what back channels it's traveling through. But I'm on board.
OnlyFans is another one.
I do firmly believe that Joe Rogan is an Israeli asset, whether he knows it or not, and so is Dave Smith.
Well, even OnlyFans, right? A lot of that money goes overseas to Israel from the owner of OnlyFans, and we talk a lot about the amount of money that the OnlyFans girls are making. OnlyFans is taking like 20% of that,
Yeah,
and so like they're making a shit ton of money from pornography through those OnlyFans that goes over to Israel to help them fund all sorts of crazy stuff. And that's not a conspiracy theory. That's uh, right, like
yeah. I
right out in
called
the
that
open.
out. I was saying that like ever since this squabble, the latest squabble between Israel and Palestine kicked off the October 7th, 2023, and the sort of activist types online were talking about like boycotting all these different businesses. I
Yeah,
was like, isn't it funny how none of y'all are even mentioning OnlyFans? Like it's like, okay,
yeah,
yeah, don't go get your fucking cheeseburger at McDonald's. But the but you still
yeah.
we have to support our sex workers who are platformed by an Israeli owned website. Like it was just funny how like the activism, there is a line where it's like, all right, well,
Yeah.
yeah, we can boycott McDonald's and Starbucks or what are these fucking monolithic companies like this, but then this company that's exploiting pretty much everybody,
Yeah.
we can't nobody
I
even
also think that
nobody
it's
even
a
mentions it.
money
It's like,
laundering scheme. I kind of think it's a money laundering scheme too, because I don't know if some of these women can really make that much money. Although I
oh,
didn't think about the boomers. Yeah.
I don't, it doesn't make any sense. Like I understand the psychology of it, like why someone would pay for an OnlyFans. Like I understand that like what you're paying for is not necessarily just pornography, but it's like a
Yeah.
semblance of human connection. But it's like, yeah, when I hear about like these ladies making like tens of millions of dollars,
Yeah.
I can't wrap my head around it.
I was playing. One thing that kind of helped me a little bit with OnlyFans is I was thinking like Gen Zs, millennials, and stuff, but I didn't even think about the boomers and
Yeah.
Gen X. But I was playing poker last Friday. I think I told you about that. I was playing poker with the crazy rich Asians and having an absolute blast. But at that casino, there's like 3 really attractive young ladies that are waitresses. One of them looks like Miranda Cosgrove, really cute. And I'm always just like, can I get a water, please? Here's your dollar. Can I get, this? Here's your dollar. Like nothing. But I started recognizing like a lot of the boomer guys tip them really big. Like they,
Mhm.
instead of like give them the dollar for the free water and on to the next, they have a little conversation with them. They touch their hand. They give them like $5-6. So I'm like, oh yeah, boomers are like still living in that sexist world of like interacting and being like, hey toots, come here, like whatever. Like some of them haven't got. So I can totally see them doing like, hey toots, here's some money for you on
Well, they also have
OnlyFans.
disposable income because they're the generation that was
Yeah,
able to
yeah.
accrue equity just through buying a house.
But I'm saying like there's no part of me that's like, I do look at the waitresses and I'm like, if they are attractive, I would like to have sex with them. But I don't say the way to do that is by giving her $6 and rubbing her hand and holding it and looking into her eyes after I get my water.
No,
That makes everybody else feel uncomfortable.
I genuinely, I don't
Like,
even know. I've never known if like that kind of guy thinks like that's going to lead to sex. I've always thought of it, and it's the same thing with OnlyFans, where it's like this is just a man who is deeply sad, who would just like to experience a brief moment of
yeah,
connection, and
yes,
even like a simulacrum
yeah,
of a woman being attracted to him. Just like, here, I'll tip you. Can you just pretend for a minute that you like me? Is like
yeah,
the social contract in that moment. I would always hope that that's it. They at least have their
yeah.
head screwed on straight enough that they know that they're just like trying to create just a brief moment of happiness before they descend back into their own misery,
Well,
which is very respectable if that is what's happening. Now, if it's a
it
guy who genuinely thinks that this woman's going to have sex with him, that's psychotic.
so I don't necessarily think that. I do think it's in between what you're. There is a fraction of hope of the sex aspect of it, but most of it is them being creepy and lonely like that and treating them like you're not in a strip club. This is your waitress, and you're
Right.
not doing it to the unattractive waitresses. You're only doing it to the young, attractive ones. And they didn't quite sign up for this, so it's making me kind of uncomfortable. So I don't know like what's going on, but I'm uncomfortable, and there's not too much that makes me uncomfortable. But I will say, like, I'm in a dry spout right now, and I've been trying to really focus on trying to meet quality women, no hookups, no like whatever. And I was talking to a woman the other day that wasn't very attractive, whatever, but she was really friendly. And we were like talking and whatever. And she kept touching and rubbing my arm at the poker
Oh
table.
yeah, she wanted it.
And I was like, I didn't think of it like that, but I was like, she's just being friendly and open because women can like be like that. And she doesn't realize how much I'm enjoying any sort of human contact right now because
Oh, dude, I'm the
the
same way, man. Like,
because
I
the whole world just like toss like if you're not paying my bills, they just toss you aside nowadays. So it's
yeah,
like,
dude,
yeah,
I've had that happen to me where like a woman gets like real friendly in a physical way where she's like very touchy feely, and
yeah,
like I don't know how to express to her like if this doesn't if like you're not if you're only doing this because this is like your way of being friendly how you are with everybody, you have no idea the mistake you're making. Like
it's the Patrice O'Neill joke.
yeah, where I'm just like if because like what you're doing to me right now is like for me this is a moment of like pure bliss and happiness and a feeling of connection I've been like long desperate for. But if
Yeah,
this is actually false and you're just you just want to be friends or whatever, now I'm angry. Now it's
it,
time. Now it's time for you to pay for what you've done to me.
so I
The
don't
way
get to
you
the angry
manipulated
point.
me.
I don't get to the angry point. Although somebody was
You
talking
need
about
to
that
think
today,
more about what you're doing. You need to be a little
but
more practice a little more discretion because you come rubbing up on me like that. If this doesn't lead to hugs and kisses, I'm going to be very angry and in a
I'm
particularly violent way.
I'm a more like the Peace O'Neill sexual harassment day because he's like, because women get to be inappropriate in the workplace all the time, and by that I mean come up and rub your shoulders behind your back, and it's like it's so true because when you're a dude and a woman at work comes up and starts rubbing your shoulders, it activates a whole different part of your brain. So I can see how some people, if once they shut that down and they take that away from you, they would turn to anger.
Yeah, dude, it's frustrating. Like, yeah, because it's like especially when you're like when you're fat and ugly and lonely and smell bad like me. It's like it's just
Yeah.
like all I think about is like I just would would love like some kind of human connection. Like something meaningful. Just like, I don't know, just like I just don't want to feel lonely no more. So it's
I
like
hear you.
like then a woman comes up and she starts like just doing being kind of handsy or touchy feely or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's like even just that is like, oh, the sun is shining brighter now. But then when the rug gets pulled out from under you, when it's like when you like try to make any sort of move or ask her out or whatever, and she goes, "Oh no, like we're just friends." It's like, okay, well now there's a potential for violence. Now you don't know what you brought upon yourself.
I hope you're doing a bit right now, dude. But I do know. I think you're being hyperbolic, but I do know the feeling when when it goes from that to not being that anymore. It does trigger a little something in your brain that you like.
Yeah, it's happened to me where I do have to like calm down. Where I get like a woman will be doing that and do it in for however long it's happening until I finally am like, hey, are you like you want to go out? And she goes, oh no, to where I have to be like, you gotta walk away now.
Can I say something
I
though?
gotta deal with this now.
Uh, so like we're all doing that to somebody and we don't recognize it because there's like there was this woman, I won't say her name, but she worked at a place that I was attending quite a bit for work to do some shipping products or whatever, and she was super nice, and every day I went in there she would be like, hey Dave, how's it going, and she would help me out or whatever, and I was not attracted to her in the least bit. Like she didn't even register in my mind as like female, and I never really thought she was hitting on me. I just thought she was being friendly. And then I went in there with a couple people, a woman friend and a male friend, and they both like, oh man, that lady really likes you. Like, and I was like, oh no, she's just a really good employee. And she's like, she's not doing that for everybody else. She really likes you. So I was like, oh yeah, maybe I should look at her in that way. I mean, I can't get a girlfriend, so maybe I got to lower my standards a little bit and blah blah blah. So I arrive at her place of work one day, and I'm just in my car on my phone, and I look up and I see her getting out of her car to go in there, and I'm looking at her, and I was like, maybe she's not that bad, and she's got a really good personality. She'd probably make a good mom or whatever. I'm like, maybe I could find her attractive. And right as I'm saying that to myself, she takes her finger and she puts it in her ear like this, goes like this, and she's walking into work and just eats off her finger.
Man.
And I was like, or maybe I'm right about everything. Like she's just like did not give off any.
I'll tell you this:
any
wouldn't
sexiness.
slow me down for a second.
Well, there's another lady with a bowl cut that's probably like 250 pounds that is always super friendly, maybe closer to 3, that's always super friendly with me at the store. And I'm like, I guess some people are just like, yeah, I give up. This is who it is. My girlfriend is a 300-pound woman with a bowl cut. So all I'm saying is, Dalton, is we are single by choice.
Mhm.
It's just like it is frustrating, but like we're shooting for something that we think is equal to us, but they are like, no, you're way below me. you know?
Yeah, it is. It is kind of nice though how people find each other. Like people pair, because it's usually I've seen this a lot where obviously the fantasy is like King of Queens, where it's like big fat husband, hot little tight little wife, right?
Yeah.
More often than not, what you see is like you're pulling up, you're at the parking lot of Hobby Lobby, and you see like just an enormous guy get out of his SUV, and then the woman that he goes to open the door for is about the same size.
Yeah.
It's like two just like gigantic fucking pigs.
Yeah.
And but they found each other. They seem happy together, and they're going to buy some crafts, some decorations for the house. But that does seem to be usually like people pair up. It's like
Yeah.
what do they call it, looks matching. I
Yeah.
think that is a thing where it's like if you're not, and it's not I'm gonna be King of Queens. Like I'm gonna have a hot little tight little wife.
Yeah.
But most a lot of the relationships I've seen where it's like if you got a guy who just like refuses to get in shape, if he's just gonna committed to being 300, 400 pounds, that's about the size his wife is gonna be.
Yeah. Well, I get hit because as much as you guys might think that I'm political, in my mind I'm very apolitical. Like I hate politics. Both sides are kind of the same type thing. But because of the veganism has created so much, like when people are like, "Oh, you're vegan to try to get laid," I was like, "Oh no!" Like the veganism has been the biggest thorn in my side for like relationships, because now even food has become political. So people are like, "Oh, you don't eat meat and tallow, dude? Like, what are you, a Kamala Harris supporter?" you're like, "Oh, food is now political, huh?" So I will end up, because I'm vegan, I'll end up dating like you would probably see them in Brooklyn when you were in New York, whatever, but like vegan, like punk type chicks.
Yeah,
And we will get
but
yeah, like our lives. I'm like, okay, this is not like the perfect person for me, but this is who I match with, like looks match with, and we get along with on a day-to-day basis. Our lives intertwine pretty well. And eventually, just because I don't want to vote and I like to carry a gun, and like they're like, "Oh, you're a conservative," and so even those who I will end up getting along perfect with have no interest in you unless you fall into like all these other categories. Like I have to vote for Kamala Harris. I have to vote in general. Like, you know what I mean? So I think every the more things come politicized, I think it's just going to be tougher and tougher and tougher for people to get together, unless, like you were just saying, your politics are what number are we going to get at McDonald's today, and how many 24 packs of Coke Zero do we need to bring home tonight?
hell yeah.
If that's your only politics, dude, then you can make it. You can make it in this world.
Yeah.
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 You all right, bro?
I like no. Oh no, I'm just like I'm just thinking about work in the morning. But this
No.
is true. Dalton's going to get a trans wife that's like a 9 inches.
I was thinking 9 inches when he typed that in. Yeah, you're going to be the next Jim Norton, dude.
Dude, I've seen some of these trans ladies on the internet on like two pornographic websites.
Yeah.
They got some fucking hogs, man. It's just like, damn, I can't believe that with a penis that large that that your soul is feminine. That like your true spirit, like your true self,
No,
is a woman, because that is a very sizable penis. It's a very large member.
I don't always like to end the episode on trans, but I got a theory on this, Dalton. What's happening is the sexual marketplace, right, should be a free market, but it's being
Right.
heavily controlled by the government, where feminism is inflating what the women think that their value is within the market. So it's creating off balance. And there's a huge portion of women that are trying to sell, kind of like when you think your house is worth $1 million, so you're trying to sell it for $1 million, but it's only worth like 350. so they can't sell. So they're stuck in their boss bitch, whatever. So there's a lot of single men. So a couple of the men were like, you know what, it's a free market. I think I could do a good job of being one of these traditional women that men like. So
No,
they're
no.
like, I'm gonna become a woman because we need more women that will date men, right? In the free market here.
No, you're
And
wrong.
so they say, I'm a better woman. I'm a better for the thing. So the market creates a need, and they're filling this need
No.
because men are looking for women that are nice and kind to them, and so they those two fit together.
You don't even know how wrong you are. You need to experience it for yourself. Just go on X Hamster and switch it to trans, and just take a look at some of these gals, because it's not in any way what you're
I
describing.
think the market is filling a need.
These are
I think the
beautiful
market is
women.
filling a need. Yeah.
These are true blue women with big ass hogs, big ass penises.
They're filling a need in the market, which is there's no nice, sweet women anymore, and they're the new nice, sweet women that have
No,
joined the market force.
it's not a man.
They're doing the jobs that American women don't want to do anymore.
It's not a man who decided to become a woman because they just thought that. I don't know where this shit is coming from. I'm seeing this this sort of thing being said by a lot of people that like there's no such thing as trans, even like where they're just denying the existence of like being that there's trans women, and it's I don't even know. I saw James Woods posted that today actually, and I'm like, motherfucker, you were in Videodrome, like you be in a Cronenberg movie and you can't like understand a manipulation of the flesh. Come on, man. Anyway, to you know what I mean, to transcend one's own flesh, right?
Yeah,
That's video.
they're a spiritual being that's just been they're caged inside this meat suit.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're like, look, just because I was put into this meat suit here doesn't mean that I can't still be true to my own internal spirit, my soul, if you will. And that's why I'm going to fill the need in the market.
No, it's not.
Of a beautiful lady.
Market they do. Trans people have existed for fucking ever, dude. There's always been like free.
You think the technology is just catching up? Because I do know quite a few people that I grew up with that were androgynous that never.
Dog, I don't even know if you need technology, man. Like if you got a twink enough little boy who is like feminine enough, and you just doll him, she actually dolls herself up good enough. That's all you need. Like all these, like the Greeks and the fucking Persians and like ancient times, they had little twink boys who were trans, who were girls, and they would just sodomize their little buttholes, and that was femboy pussy, and it was good, and it worked. And it's like now, yeah, there is technology that's caught up, but I think you could go analog with it and still get pretty good results, folks. That's the show.
You think we're the Asians? The Asians are the kings of the analog or the queens of the analog transition.
What?
The Asians, because the Asians do like the lady boy, right?
Oh yeah. The Thai lady boys, I guess.
So the lady boy makes a lot more sense to me than the trans.
The lady boys do accept the reality in which it's not male or female, but they exist as like a very specific, like a lady boy.
And you know what? By them accepting the reality of it, that really kind of proves that they're men. Whereas the trans women in America not accepting reality kind of does prove they're female.
I don't know, man.
Because women live outside reality, and men.
It's just philosophy. There's no like right or wrong mode of thought. It's just it's just.
But I've seen some of the lady boy interviews or whatever, and they make a lot more sense to me the lady boys.
Yeah, you
The
know,
way they talk and the way they interact, and their honesty about it.
it's
I'm
just the
sure there's
life.
still ladyboy traps out there, but most of them are open and honest about it.
Yeah, it's just
And they
the
do a
life.
good job of looking feminine.
The life unexamined is not worth living. So we're just examining. I gotta. I'm tired. I gotta go.
All right. So enough ladyboy talk. Can we do one prayer for a fallen soldier of
Yes,
the?
everybody, bow your heads. Father God, thank you for another day, another day with air in our lungs, above ground is always a blessing. Thank you for bringing us together. We want to acknowledge that Abby, aka the Bone Grinder, our friend Abby, has recently lost her father. Her father has passed away, and we know that death is not a final; it is but a change, a transition to the what lies beyond. The kingdom of heaven, eternity, and so where it is somber, it can be sad. It's experiencing the death of a loved one can come with many emotions, but that means we're alive when we feel those things, when we feel this way, is that we are alive and are able to feel every emotion all at once, and that is in the blessing of being alive and getting to having loved someone and still love them even as they pass from this world into the next. And so it's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
Amen. Yeah. Blessed in prayers to Abby. I'm sorry that you're going through that. And if you're under 125 pounds and under 29 years of
I got to
age,
be
my
honest with
DMs are
you.
open to talk about it. And
She's married. She has a husband. And also, I got to be honest with you. I've been paying attention to the chat. She seems to be pretty jovial. She seems to be taking it well.
I
So,
can't see the chat, so yeah.
okay, yeah. No, I've been paying attention to the chat, and it seems like everyone else is like more sad than she is. So she seems to be doing okay. I'm sure,
Okay.
look,
She could be in
we
the
all
denial stage if
okay.
it's
Let's
early.
not try to psychoanalyze.
Abby, yeah, I don't care. She's married, so it doesn't matter to me. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Sorry that that's going on for anybody that's going through that stuff. So I'm glad that you got a family here and you found some people to talk to about it.
Yeah. But I will say the funny thing about grief is just that they can talk about these stages, but
Yeah.
it's not like you experience them in any sort of progression. Um, they just keep happening interchangeably and sometimes all at once.
Yeah.
So and it never goes away. It's not that you ever get over it, but you do move on with your life, and whoever the person is, they're just always with you in some way, and it's just sad that they're not here anymore, but life goes on, and you just get to funny thing to be anything at all, right?
Yeah.
um
The important thing, what you want to do is dwell on all the stuff that you forgot to say to them over and over again. And all the time you miss that thing that you were supposed to say that you just put off and procrastinated. You want to sit down and dwell on that. That's
yeah.
my advice. Yeah.
All right. And so patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt, patreon.com/the Crowder Boys, and
And I'll work on getting. I guess I'm gonna take my computer tomorrow and see if my video card, not my capture card, crashed because I don't know why it's not getting any service. So
yeah, and I got to
since
show the 1099s tomorrow. I got to file tomorrow. So
yeah.
taxation and stuff. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thanks for joining it.
Please be safe. I love you all. Good night.
Night.